Boom. Hey, folks. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone's having a good time. I got to see if I can fix the video because I don't know why that is a thing like it is. General, is there a way to fix that? Come on. All right. Okay, apparently not. I'm just trying to see here. For some reason, my camera seems to be leaving these black bars at the side. And I'm like, why are you doing that? So, yeah, I don't know how to fix that right now. I will have to try to figure that out. Oh, I have an idea for how I can fix it. I have an idea. I have a thought. Let me see if I can wrangle this. So I'd ask how everyone's doing, but the you can sort of guess that this is kind of how my day is going. All right, so okay, all right. How do I fix this? 1 second. I'm gonna have to pull me off to fix it. Maybe. All right. Well, that's not quite fixed, but I'm trying to fix the fixing in the it's not fixed yet. But we're getting there. We're getting a little closer, a little bit closer. And haha, there we go. Fixed. He's really gone great. Damn it. All right. So that, we're doing great here. Now I am not feeling 100%, so this will be a shorter stream, by which I mean like only 4 hours, because that's just how I roll. But because I'm not feeling well, the goals today are going to be all healthy goals, which means we're not going to do any drink goals. But I'm going to start off with a goal, and that is for a Mrs. Runkle story. And she's given me permission to tell the Mrs. Runkle story. But let me give you that one here, so we'll post that up. All right. So we got really three main things on the docket. And I think the Mrs. Runkle story is a healthy goal. But I also have some vitamins. I have some garlic. So we will probably do a garlic goal. And I have some vitamin C. Yeah. Okay. So, crud. I just realized I have to put something into the fridge. I got Mrs. Runkle a gift. And the gift is just a nice drink. But I got to put it in the fridge because otherwise it will not be delicious when she gets it. So also my headphone just fell apart. All right, so I will just be 1 second because this is important. She's out of the house, and so do I have a video here that is here we go. This one will do. So that's Zora as seen through the Furbo. And if you're wondering, like, why does Zora have a problem with her weight? Well, it's because I have a machine that I can throw treats at her from a distance. So, yeah, I mean that's not exactly the most helpful, you know, helpful thing on that one. But um, so let's yeah, go from there. Um, so somebody says, is this a sponsor advertising? I do not have a sponsorship from Furbo, but maybe I should reach out to Furbo and be like, hey, um, I am bad at the grifting, but I am getting a little bit better. And the reason why I say I'm getting a little bit better is because I have a video that is coming. It's all edited, it's done. I might need to tweak it a little bit, but it's mostly done. And the video is how do I put this? The video involves me shooting dangerous chemicals into the air. And as part of that, I was like, I had better get I'd better get some protection. I'd better get, so I was looking through my house and I'm going to, you know, the scene in Pulp Fiction where he is like going through the pawn shop and he initially grabs the hammer and he's like, yeah, this is pretty good. I got a hammer. And then he goes and he's like, ooh, no, there's the baseball bat. That's even better. And then he goes and is like, ooh, chainsaw. Yes. And then there's the ooh, because he grabs the katana, right? So for eye protection, that was what I was like, because I started out going, ooh, you know, I'll put on my like just a set of sort of basic eye pro. And then I was like, wait a minute, I've got my shooting eye pro, which is a little bit better and it's prescription. So I was like, yes, we'll go a step up and, you know, that'll be better. And then I was like, wait a minute, no, maybe I should put the full, you know, I've got a chip mask. It's not actually a chip mask. What it's a mask for is using the angle grinder, because if you use the angle grinder and the angle grinder disc breaks, it can fire a piece of angle grinder disc at your face fast enough that it will reface your face. So I have like that, and I was like, okay, yeah, I can wear this. And then I was like, wait a minute, I actually have a gas mask, like an honest to God gas mask. So I was like, okay, all right. And that's sort of the katana of the facial protection there. So, yeah, I use a gas mask in it. But then I reached out and I was like, hey, company that makes the gas masks, would you like to do a sponsorship thing? Like get me a referral code? Because if somebody decides they want to buy a gas mask out of this, maybe I could get like, you know, a few bucks. It's not going to make me rich because I don't think that people are going to buy huge amounts of gas masks. But at the end of the day, like if somebody buys one, it's like, all right, cool. So anyway, I reached out and they're like, maybe. So we'll have to see. I might get the gas mask sponsorship. That video is on hold until I possibly get the that going. So we'll have to see. But yeah, that should be fun, should be interesting, and I hope that'll be a fun video. Did you burn your skin from hands or somewhere? I didn't burn myself on that one. So, hi, Melanie Little mentioned you today. Hopefully good things. You need a board games company to sponsor you. I do, except that my content, if I can get Roll of Law to be big enough, then maybe. Maybe that might be possible. But I am bad at posting at Roll of Law. And part of the reason is just that I don't have enough time. And I'm really hoping very soon to have an update on that. Um, there's an update I'm really hoping to be able to give you guys very soon. And if I can, I will be very thrilled to be able to do that. But we'll have to see. I cannot promise anything yet. It's too soon. So, I guess let's dive in. We got a bunch of stuff to talk about. None of it is super, well, okay. I was like, none of it is super dark or whatever, but no, we've got Bill C-34, and Bill C-34 is awful. We're going to talk about it. Somebody wanted to hear about it in terms of charter compliance. So we're going to talk about that. Yeah. On the phone with Santa, any requests? I would have to think about it. So, yeah. Let's see. Okay, so I guess let's start with Tyra Banks. And people are like, you got to cover the Tyra Banks thing. And I'm like, I don't really know what a Tyra Banks is. So I had to look up Tyra Banks because me and celebrities, I am aware of very few celebrities. And when I say aware of, I mean like somebody at one point asked me, and this is kind of a rude question, but they asked me like, hey, if you could sleep with anybody, who would you sleep with? And I'm like, you mean not my wife? And they're like, no, not your wife, like a celebrity. And I'm like, I don't know who these people are, right? Like I don't have an answer for you because I just don't know who these people are because I don't really watch a lot of stuff. And when I do, I don't really follow the celebrities because I just don't give a shit. Like, I watched Fight Club and I was like, oh, that guy's a good actor. And I found out, oh, that guy is Edward Norton. Okay, cool. But then I'm like, I don't know what else. Like, I don't know what he's doing right now. I don't know, like, this is not something I follow. And it's hard to explain that to people sometimes because they're like, hey, did you hear about this celebrity? And I'm like, no, do they exist? Like, so, apparently she is embroiled in a bit of controversy because there was a Netflix special that made her look bad. And so I lay all of this out here in terms of I have no freaking idea who these people are, because if I get the backstory about this, I yeah, I just yeah. I met Tyra Banks, watched her cut down a guy who was coming on to her in the most hilarious way. I don't know if I like that because I don't know what the backstory is, but just cutting people down isn't always awesome. So, have you heard of Johnny Depp? Yes, I've heard of Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp is one that I like as a person. I've never met Johnny Depp, but just the stuff that Johnny Depp has, like the stuff Johnny Depp has done for like Captain Corey and so forth, and he actually seems like a good person. Have I heard of Afro Man? Yes, but when I heard of Afro Man, I had to actually like look. People were like, "Oh yeah, you've heard his song," and I was like, "Have I?" So I had to familiarize myself with Afro Man. So, all right. Yes, I was close to him in the courtroom, but I did not speak to him. I did not talk to him. I did not anything because I would have, gotten drop kicked by the sheriffs, and B, it would have been kind of a dick move to go up to Johnny Depp and be like, "Hi, do you know who I am? I'm a dickhead who's like doing video coverage on your legal difficulties," right? So, yeah, I don't know. Like, um, it just, yeah. Would I like to meet Johnny Depp? Yeah, absolutely. But I don't see it as happening. Although every time there's a Hollywood Vampires concert, I look to see if they have like a meet and greet thing. And the last one that they did, they didn't. And it would be like a $10,000 ticket or something to get a meet and greet with that. And it'd be stupid. It'd be a stupid spend, but I'm still kind of tempted. So, um, anyway, yeah, somebody's like, what is it? I will say Johnny Depp is the reason why my bacon number is 1, because I have been in a Netflix documentary that Johnny Depp was also in. We never met. We were just, they used clips of each of us. And Johnny Depp has been in a, is it 1 or 2? I don't know if how you count that, but, and Johnny Depp has been in a movie with Kevin Bacon. So it's like, yay. If I ever do a Runkle trivia game, one of the questions will be, what is Runkle's bacon number? Because that would be fun. So, all right, let us dive into having a look at the mention rule of law more often. I watch a lot of your stuff and didn't know it was a thing. I got to do more of that. Actually, if it went live today, I put a video up on the Rule of Law channel, but it was a clip from the live here. All right, so let us have a look at, I got to share a screen here. Here we go. Boom. Boom, there we go. All right. So this is Tyra Banks as an individual versus Netflix Worldwide Entertainment, 98 Blocks Holding, doing business as Everwonder Studio, Netflix Music LLC, More Lushi, an individual, and Daniel Sivan, an individual. If I did not know who Tyra Banks is, I even less know who those people are. The other thing I really want to do with Rule of Law is I want to do some like live D&D campaigns, and I'm hoping to get the time to do them soon. Okay. So plaintiff Tyra Banks hereby sues all of these people, and they dive right into the jurisdiction section. This is a kind of unusual way of writing. And the way I say an unusual way of writing is that normally you don't want to go right into jurisdiction and venue, because jurisdiction and venue are normally the least interesting parts of a lawsuit. And what I mean by that is that normally jurisdiction is not a major issue. In this case, they just say they have original jurisdiction because citizens of different states and the amount exceeds 75,000, which is what's called diversity jurisdiction. The reason why it's diversity jurisdiction is because you've got people from diverse states, and the people from diverse states, the court wants it to be at least $75,000 at stake, because the court, like the federal court, is not a small claims court, right? Vez, we could do that. The other thing that I gotta say, I'm a little for running like a D&D campaign, the other thing I gotta say is the last campaign I ran online was Stars Without Number, and I only got to run 2 sessions of that because, in part, I was trying to make it better. I was trying to make it into a big thing, and so I was like, let's hold off on recording the next thing. I have some cool ideas. And anyway, it was Stars Without Number with Secret McSquirrel. And then Secret McSquirrel passed. And so when I'm like, I got to do this, I keep thinking, but there's some memories there. So, all right, back to this. Introduction. Tyra Banks participated in the Netflix documentary series about America's Next Top Model because she believed viewers deserved a candid conversation about the show's legacy, its successes, and its shortcomings. There are aspects of the show for which Ms. Banks takes accountability, and she wanted America's Next Top Model video viewers to hear that from her directly. So basically, she had scandal, and she wanted to clear the air about the scandal. So the problem with clearing the air about a scandal is that you really get into the farts about the scandal. So defamation lawsuits are almost always a very bad idea. If I had a flow chart for defamation lawsuits, it would be a big box that says, start. Do you think you should sue for defamation? And then down arrow. No. With a little arrow to the side that says, but maybe. And then it would be like, but probably still no. And then, but maybe, and then still no. I forget which show it is. I've only ever seen the clip, but it's a clip about open marriages or polyamory or whatever. And it's like, does that ever work for people? And the guy's like, no, it always ends in heartbreak. But maybe it could work for us. That's what defamation lawsuits are about, right? Because does this ever work out for people? No. But maybe. And the thing is I feel like Johnny Depp kind of made the world worse for a lot of celebrities. And you're going to be like, Runkle, how dare you? The reason why I say that it makes the world worse for a lot of the celebrities is that Depp won. And because he won, and because he actually achieved a victory, not like just a fake victory, he achieved like a real victory, a meaningful, it actually helped him and didn't just like get a legal victory, but it actually helped him rebuild his, rebuild things. So, the problem that, this has had for other celebrities is they look at that and they say, I want what he has. I want what Johnny Depp got. And the thing is that like for most, if I can speak to the 0 celebrities who are watching right now, like there are 1,000 people watching right now, and I'm betting 0% are celebrities. But if we imagine that the celebrities are watching right now, you ain't Johnny Depp. And for anybody who is not a celebrity right now, you definitely ain't Johnny Depp, because suing for defamation basically makes it so that all of the dirt gets dragged out into the open. All of that. And I'll answer this one. Does Runkle have nieces, nephews? Because Uncle Runkle would be epic. I am, in fact, an Uncle Runkle. So, yeah. So, Glitter Punk Law Nerd. I just got here and immediately got flamed. WTF, Runkle. Sorry. But yeah, most of the time, what it means is that all of the allegations get dragged out into the public, and it makes things worse, right? It makes everything so much worse. So in this case, did I know who Tyra Banks was before going in? Not really, no. Am I going to know who Tyra Banks is by the end of this? Well, also not really. But I'm going to know a bunch of allegations against Tyra Banks. And I don't think that's really what she wants everybody knowing. And holy crap, that's a username. I all right. Yeah. Okay. So, going into her interview, Ms. Banks did not limit the ANTM topics the interviewer could ask. During a 3.5-hour interview, Ms. Banks answered questions about the show's groundbreaking history, including criticism of decisions she would approach differently today. The Netflix series Reality Check Inside America's Next Top Model, the Netflix series, was sold to viewers as a documentary series. Now, this kind of matters because when I say when you say a documentary series, this is, it sort of suggests that it's more real than something else, right? Because if you say, if you say that it's like, based on a work of fiction or whatever, then it's a different thing. So Netflix called it the definitive must-watch chronicle of America's Next Top Model. The genre matters. I agree with the filing here. The genre does matter. Viewers of a documentary do not expect manufactured drama or constructed narratives. They expect facts. Because they were promised a documentary, this is exactly how viewers interacted with the Netflix series. Now, you might be saying, the genre matters. What is the distinction about the genre matters? Well, the genre matters in the sense of this is not reality TV, because reality TV is one of the least accurately named things on the planet. And when I say, because when you say reality TV, what you're getting is not reality. If you go on a reality show, they will actually indicate things like, we are allowed to specifically edit your footage to make you look bad. You waive defamation against us because you agree that if you come on this show, you are specifically allowed to be defamed, right? We are allowed to portray you as history's greatest monster by snipping together bits and pieces. If we happen to find a series of things that somehow we can snip into hit, cut, lure, cut, was cut, they're gonna do it, and they're gonna make you sound like it, but a documentary is not supposed to do that. So, all right. Of the hours of answers Ms. Banks provided, the producers used only about 16 minutes. I mean, no shit. That's what happens when you give an interview. The producers used what could be stripped of context and reassembled to support a false and defamatory narrative unrelated to what she actually expressed. The accountability Ms. Banks took ended up on the cutting room floor. It was there, but viewers were never given the opportunity to see it. Worse, the false narrative the producers constructed through selective editing, deliberate omission, and surgical manipulation of continuous footage included that Ms. Banks knowingly allowed a contestant to be sexually assaulted on her show, exploited that contestant's trauma for ratings, and then could not even remember it when asked. That narrative about Ms. Banks is a complete fabrication, one that Netflix streamed to a global audience of millions. And I'm like, cool, I didn't watch it, but I'm hearing this now. And the thing is I'm hearing it now, and I'm like, what? Is there merit to it? I don't know, right? Moore Lushi, one of the directors and executive producers of the Netflix series, has since told the world that Ms. Banks was provided the opportunity to really go deep into the debates about ANTM and to share her side of the story. In another interview, Mr. Lushi said that Ms. Banks was ready to speak, and I think that a lot of her answers were very honest. And it's all in the show, really. Both statements were partially true. Ms. Banks did go deep. Holy fuck, that's a quote out of context. Ms. Banks did go... I'm like, okay. All right. Lawyers, you are working for celebrities. You should really watch the documentary Archer to learn the very important principle of phrasing, because phrasing. So she did share her side. Her answers were very honest, but the story that viewers heard was the deceptive story producers chose to tell. A particularly egregious example of the producer's manipulation to create a false narrative occurred at the close of episode 1 of the Netflix series. Shandy Sullivan was a contestant on Cycle 2. One of the areas of interest about America's Next Top Model over the last 20 years has been about an evening during which Ms. Sullivan was intoxicated, had intercourse with a man in Milan, and quickly confessed her infidelity to her longtime boyfriend. On the Netflix series, Ms. Sullivan is shown describing the event as an assault, something Ms. Banks had never heard before and was not told during her interview. Having withheld that information, Ms. Lucci asked Ms. Banks, "You remember the story with Shandy?" The episode shows Ms. Banks glance upwards, say, and then the screen cuts to black. The implication is devastating and deliberate, that Tyra Banks cannot even remember the story of the woman who was assaulted on the show. But that was false. The full footage of Ms. Banks' interview reveals two things that the producers cut out and did not show viewers in episode 1. Before the upward glance, Ms. Banks nods affirmatively, unmistakably, and immediately says, "I do remember her story." By carving the nod out of the middle of the sequence and cutting off Ms. Banks' comment at the end, the producers ensured that viewers would only see the lie and not the truth. Okay. So this is the thing, is and keep in mind, these are allegations and shade, right? These are things that are unproven at this point, right? They're allowed to allege things. They're allowed to say all sorts of stuff. But what is it? If this is made out, they might be able to make out, defamation. But at the end of the day, it's not going to help. Like, Tyra Banks winning on this will not improve her life. Defendants didn't stop there. Because if you win this, if you win on this, you still get out a huge issue of, was somebody sexually assaulted on her show? Right? And I think that ultimately the jury, if they hear that somebody was SA'd and then they hear that this is the deception, they're going to be like, yeah, okay, maybe you were defamed. The value is $12. You get $12 back. Defendants didn't stop there. In the second episode of the Netflix series, they also rearranged footage from the original ANTM broadcast to make it appear that Ms. Banks initiated a discussion about cheating to manipulate Ms. Sullivan into making an on-air confession. The truth is that Ms. Sullivan, not Ms. Banks, brought up the subject of infidelity and Ms. Banks responded. The producers had the original footage. They knew the truth. Again, who cares about this shit? Who cares about the order of who brought out what? This manipulation was part of a scheme that the producers concocted before they conducted Ms. Banks' interview. Ms. Sullivan had already made the difficult decision to tell the producers she'd come to view the events in Milan as an SA. But they purposefully withheld that information from Ms. Banks. Ms. Banks wishes that it was not necessary to recount those facts here. She respects Ms. Sullivan's right to speak up in her own words. The issue is not Ms. Sullivan sharing her views and speaking up. The issue is that Ms. Lucci was never asked a single question of Ms. Banks that framed the encounter as non-consensual. Ms. Banks' answers were given as part of a discussion that she was misled to believe was about regret and infidelity, which was the only framing Ms. Banks had ever encountered. I mean, this isn't good, right? Oh, she didn't know that this person who was on her show viewed this as an SA is not actually a huge defense of Tyra Banks, right? It's not actually, this is not actually a great position for Ms. Banks to be in. And yeah. Also, let's talk about like Ms. Sullivan, because there's the very real possibility that Ms. Sullivan gets dragged into this shit to be a witness for one side or the other or both. And like, if you're trying to present yourself as like, I am looking out for the victim here, oh fuck, this is not helpful. This is not helpful. Okay, so we have hit a goal. I'm going to start another goal, and the next goal is going to be to have a piece of garlic. But because the garlic will probably help with getting sick. But I do owe you guys a story time, and I will interrupt this because it's kind of dark stuff, so we're going to interrupt this. I'm going to interrupt this with a story of Mrs. Runkle. She's given me permission to tell this story, and so we're going to tell this story. So before the show, I went to get a no, the previous goal was to tell this story. So before this show, I was like, I am out of Coke, and I drank a fair bit of Coke. But so I was like, all right, I had better walk to the store, and I wanted to go for a walk because I wanted to get a little bit of fresh air, a little bit of exercise, kind of wake myself up. And I was like, I am going to walk to the store and get some more Coke. And like this kind, not the other kind. So anyway, I was there, and as I started leaving the house, I was like, oh, it's starting to rain a little bit. And it was like just a light smattering of rain, right? Just a little tiny, and I was like, fuck it, we ball. So I went and I walked to the store and I picked up the Coke and I'm walking back. And the sky opens up and it just starts pouring. And I'm like, shit. So I'm still walking, it's raining. I got to walk home because, I'm at the store. And I'm walking along and Ms. Runkle pulls up. Mrs. Runkle pulls right up and she goes, hey, you want to ride? I was like, yes. Yes, I do. So I hop into the car. She saw the rain was rolling in. She's like, I'm gonna go rescue him from his own bad decisions. And so I hop in the car. She drops me off. And it's like, awesome. So it's just the kind of like cute, thoughtful thing that Mrs. Runkle does. And I just kind of wanted to share that story. So that was our first goal, is the Mrs. Runkle story. And I feel like it's a good, lighthearted way to break up the stream there. And all right. So let's dive back in. Here we go. So defendants edited the Netflix series to make it appear that Ms. Banks knew she was being asked about an essay and was intentionally trying to evade the topic. Ms. Banks respects Ms. Sullivan's perspective and the courage it takes for Ms. Sullivan and others to speak up. Ms. Banks wishes somebody involved with the Netflix series would have told her what Ms. Sullivan shared with them, but they deliberately chose not to. The deliberately is something that they can't really know, right? However, the deliberately is going to be something that that they're going to like figure out later, right? Because if they can get to discovery, then they'll be able to get to the decision making and all of those all of those things, right? So yeah. All right. Ms. Banks does not file this lawsuit to escape scrutiny. She came to the interview prepared to engage with ANTM's legacy, including its shortcomings, and she did for 3.5 hours. Viewers who came away from the Netflix series believing Ms. Banks had not taken accountability would have known that accountability was, in fact, a major part of her interview. If only Netflix and the producers had included it in the Netflix series. Little of it was. The producers erased much of that record and replaced it with a fabricated one. Now, it seems to me that maybe you should possibly have, you know, asked for some sort of editorial control. Because if you don't actually put that into the contract, then you don't actually get a guarantee that your PR tour is going to be a good PR tour, right? This is the problem with like defamation lawsuits in general, is that defamation lawsuits are they're essentially a PR tour. And the problem is that often your PR tour turns out to be bad PR, not good PR. So, yeah, yeah. But, all right, let's jump back in here. The Netflix series contains other misrepresentations about Ms. Banks and what is it? America's Next Top Model. Some petty, some more serious, that she could have addressed, chosen to live with, or let pass as the unavoidable cost of 3 decades in public life. She's not addressing all of them here. But what she cannot leave unchallenged is the manufactured and false accusation in the Netflix series suggesting that a young woman on America's Next Top Model was sexually assaulted and Ms. Banks did nothing. Worse, that she exploited that woman's trauma. That is not a lie she can correct in an interview or that will disappear with the passage of time. The other thing you need to consider here is that when you file a defamation suit, you always need to consider the possibility that at the end of it, what happens if you get a ruling that the thing was true? Because at the end of it, they could end up with a ruling that the jury's like, nah, we actually think Tyra Banks was a complete, B. And that, F that B. And so then you get a ruling that, where the jury form says, do we think that this was true? And they put yes. That's incredibly damaging, and then you get the jurors doing interviews afterwards going like, well, we gave this ruling because we think Tyra Banks is the worst human who's ever lived. And yes, we're including like Pol Pot, like that is the possibility that, is a, that is a possibility. You've always got to think when you decide to bring a defamation case of what happens if I lose, right? So usually it's not a good approach. All right. It is a fabrication so grave, constructed so deliberately that it overwhelms everything else. Every other conversation about America's Next Top Model's legacy, including the candid reflection Ms. Banks came prepared to have, is now drowned out by an accusation she was never given the chance to answer. This lawsuit is that answer, particularly after her efforts to resolve the matter directly with Netflix and the producers were refused. All right, if I can be, honey, girl, a lawsuit is an incredibly shit answer. Do not use a lawsuit as an answer to oh my God. I feel like all of these people have lawyers who are like, yes, I can run this case, and yes, I can litigate it, and yes, I can this, and yes, I can that. And at the end of the day, what they need is they need people who will say, yes, you can run this. And no, you shouldn't. In one of my classes, they brought in a bunch of different lawyers to talk about what their job entails, right? So they had like an IP lawyer, and he's like, here's what I do. And they had a lawyer who practices in indigenous law and was like, here's what I do. And they had a lawyer who came in who practiced defamation law. And he came in and said, you know what most of my job is? Most of my job is convincing people not to hire me. And we were like, wait, what? And he's like, most people who want to sue for defamation will be unhappy at the end of the defamation suit. And so most of the time, what I tell them is, yes, you have a claim, or no, you don't. But if it's yes, you have a claim, but fuck off because you don't want this claim. And he's like, I've got enough work. I don't need more work, but I definitely, and he's like, I could hire more juniors or whatever to have more time, but, and more money. But he's like, at the end of the day, do you really want to have this parade of clients who hate you because you gave them the bad advice to take this case and like further damage their reputation? Very rarely does a defamation claim make anything better. Most people who bring defamation claims have, are sad at the end of it. And I mean, I guess Tyra, if you want to clear your name, come on the channel. You could talk about it. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think I'm actually, yeah. All right. Crap. Whoops. There seems to be an error in your recording. Contact support. All right. Well, we'll see how that goes. Yeah. Nobody wants to pay for the privilege of losing a defamation case. The thing is that winning a defamation case is also often losing a defamation case. So, to make matters worse and add insult to injury, Netflix Music released a separate 26-track music soundtrack entitled Reality Check Inside America's Next Top Model, using an unauthorized image of Ms. Banks on the album cover to serve as a false message to consumers that Ms. Banks was the source of or otherwise affiliated with the album and endorsed it. I mean, I don't know that that's actually what I take from this album cover. Because, like, dude with the camera, like, did the camera endorse this? I don't know who that is with the glasses. Like, yeah. All right. Before deciding to take legal action, Ms. Banks asked Netflix and the producers for one thing: access to the unedited footage of her own interview under whatever conditions they chose, so the parties could work together to correct the record. Her request was refused. Had they agreed, Ms. Banks could have made the truth public, and this litigation would likely have been unnecessary. I'm just going to tell you, this litigation is likely unnecessary anyway. Because if your big own here, if your big move is to play that clip unedited, it's not going to be the bombshell you think it is. Ms. Banks brings this action to hold defendants accountable for the harm they deliberately engineered. She wants the public to have the opportunity to view the complete unedited footage and form their own opinions based on the truth. As of now, Ms. Banks does not have that footage or the ability to make it public. Only Netflix and the producers do. I mean, are you kidding me? You didn't ask for that as a term of the agreement? You made a contract here. You should have had that in your freaking contract. Why? Where are your lawyers? Where, parties and relevant non-parties. Plaintiff Tyra Banks is an American supermodel, entrepreneur, and the creator and host of America's Next Top Model. She's a California citizen. Okay. I don't know what the cutoff is for supermodel. Because in a perfect world, the cutoff for supermodel would be, can you fly? And but yeah, defendant Netflix is Netflix. 89 Blocks Holding is a company who filmed the documentary. Maura Lucy and Danielle Sivan are husband and wife. And they were working on what they call the trashiest version of The Swan. They were the directors of the Netflix series and were co-executive producers. All right. So Wise Child is a non-party co-producer of the Netflix series. Okay. Facts. Tyra Banks enters the modeling world and fights for a more inclusive industry. Okay. Um, Before she became a household name, Tyra Banks struggled to make headway in an industry not built for her. When Ms. Banks started modeling in the late 1980s, the fashion industry standards of beauty were narrow and not diverse. Ms. Banks challenged the status quo. Undeterred by antiquated industry standards, a teenage Ms. Banks set out in search of her big break. She worked tirelessly to be signed by an agent, but faced repeated rejection in an industry where opportunities for black models were narrowly limited. Ms. Banks was denied by 6 agencies before finally being signed by LA Models in 1989. I feel like 6 is not many here, but okay. All right. Eh, we are at 0 out of 10 on the goal. That is sad. Apparently, the garlic goal is not moving things along here. Despite countless challenges, Ms. Banks persisted. Like 6 agencies is like 6 agencies makes me think that this is like I it took me 20 minutes to fall into a big pit full of money, right? Like okay. Like that's yeah, okay, fair enough. Despite countless challenges, Ms. Banks persisted to become one of the most widely recognized figures in her industry. In the late 1990s, she became the first black model to be featured on the cover of Sports Illustrated, the first female model to appear on the cover of GQ, and the first ever black model to contract with Victoria's Secret. She's been widely credited as helping transform the industry at large, paving the way for a more diverse industry and opening the door for women and girls who did not fit the traditional mold. All right. ANTM premieres and becomes a global cultural phenomenon that persists for 24 cycles. Against this backdrop, Ms. Banks had the idea to launch the television series that would become ANTM. As Ms. Banks had described, she created America's Next Top Model to challenge the industry that had tried to exclude her. What if I created a show where you saw what it took to become a model? And for this show to represent not all white, not all skinny, but showing all the differences and all the different types of beauties. Ms. Banks' more inclusive project received rave reviews. The first cycle of ANTM premiered in 2003 on UPN Network, garnering millions of viewers per episode. It featured a cast of 10 aspiring models. Ms. Banks' mission was to challenge who the modeling industry was willing to recognize as a model. The industry's definition of beauty was narrow. Her goal was to expand that definition from within. Within an industry that, for generations, favored a limited standard, she fought to ensure the show represented a broader range of aspiring models than the industry had historically made room for. She's like, I don't care who you are, so long as you are hot, we will totally objectify you and use that to make money. Like, okay. I get what she's saying, but it also feels a little weird in the context of it feels weird in the context of modeling, right? Because like it's like a notoriously toxic, shitty industry, and like, oh look, it feels like who wants to be the next child coal miner, right? Like, so yeah, okay. The show grew in both in popularity and global impact. The US version of America's Next Top Model has aired in approximately 180 countries, and international versions of ANTM were licensed and launched in approximately 50 different countries. The original show's global popularity was enhanced by the structure of ANTM, which across its cycles sent aspiring models to countries on every continent other than Antarctica to participate in modeling challenges and film full episodes. Other than Antarctica, well, you better get on that shit. Like, I mean, I would watch America's Next Top Model Antarctica. everybody's sitting there like completely freezing their asses off, and like, or like just everybody's dressed in a parka and you can't tell who's who. It's like, parka shape number one, I guess. And yeah, this is kind of the feeling. Come on, Ian. No one is more discriminated against than tall, hot models. Right? Yeah. Okay. Ms. Banks created ANTM and served as an executive producer. Her primary focus was the show's creative vision, including helping shape the cast. Yeah, that's what I've heard a lot of people saying you were trying to help do. What is it? Photo shoots, fashion shows, and modeling challenges that became central to the episodes. Like any major television production, the show involved many voices and layers of executive approval, but Ms. Banks takes accountability for her own creative choices, the groundbreaking ones and the ones she would approach differently today. Each episode was built around approximately 4 days of production, including a judging day. Ms. Banks was present for the entirety of each judging day, the days on which the panel convened to evaluate contestants and deliver results. Her presence on other filming days varied based on the nature and requirements of the day's activities. On some days, she was not on set at all. On others, she was present for a limited time, for instance, to welcome contestants at the start of a news cycle, to introduce a challenge, or to make a surprise appearance. On still others, she was on set for several hours, including mentoring contestants one-on-one or in a group setting, serving as a photographer, conducting training sessions, attending contestant fashion shows, or coaching them during photo shoots. Cameras ran continuously across all filming locations, capturing contestant interactions, challenge preparation, training sessions, and off-hours activity. The volume of raw footage generated in the course of a single episode was enormous. Ms. Banks was not present for most of what those cameras captured. Nor did Ms. Banks review that raw footage. I'm guessing that there's like a whole giant team of people who pore over it. But yeah. The day-to-day production team reviewed the footage, developed the episode narratives, and assembled the initial cuts. Ms. Banks reviewed episodes once they were initially shaped, sequenced, and given a narrative direction, and then participated in additional editing until the episodes were locked. Her role of executive producer was focused on the creative aspects of the show, including helping shape casting, coaching themes, conceiving challenges, designing photo shoots, and performance evaluation. Certainly, it was not Ms. Banks' role to supervise every video camera or to personally review everything those cameras recorded. In the early cycles of America's Next Top Model, including cycle number 2, Ms. Banks typically first encountered edited material for notes and review only after filming for the first cycle had concluded, often months after production took place. I mean, I kind of hate reality TV in general because most reality TV is just about like manufactured drama. But I mean, every once in a while, I keep thinking of an idea that might be fun for like a reality TV show. When I was looking over this, and I didn't go over it in full detail, but I glanced over it and sort of got the gist of what was going on to get ready for this thing here. But I was like, you know what might be fun for a reality TV show is a cooking show. But the cooking show has the chefs and the actual people who do the cooking, and they're separate people. So you've got like a pool of people that they bring in who intentionally have no cooking experience. Like they bring in people who are like, I have not cooked anything in 12 years. I just, everything I do, I just like, I order skip the dishes or like DoorDash or whatever. And then they have like the actual chefs. And every week, like one of the idiots gets paired with one of the chefs, and the chefs get advance notice as to what the thing is, and the chefs have to tell the cook like how to make the thing, and then they send the cook in, and the cook tries to do it, and probably fucks it up, and like each time they remove one pair, but they mix the pairs up. So this would be that they've got the chefs who are also contestants. So it's not just that they're awful, but it's that they have people who are trying to teach them to get better. So what is it? Sorted Food does that? Okay. I guess there's no new ideas. So uh, yeah. Uh, all right. Have I seen Worst Cooks? I don't watch a lot of TV. So all right. The other one that would amuse the fuck out of me, just because I'm kind of a sadistic whatever, is get a bunch of cooks, get the most egotistical fucks that you possibly can, and every egotistical person you put in there, and they're like actually good cooks, you get all of them in there, and then you just like actively fuck with them every week. So you do things like, all right, this week your cooking is you have to get the you have to get the ingredients out of the back of this supermarket dumpster, and then you have to cook with that. And they're like, what? And they have to like dig stuff out of the thing, and they're like, what? And then they're like, okay, so you are out in the forest. You have to cook. Your first challenge, of course, is going to be to make fire. Because if you can't make fire, you're going to have to make, you're going to have to do a raw preparation. And they're going to be like, And then it'll be like, and this week we brought in a whole bunch of children. You are cooking for incredibly picky children. And they'll be like, I don't like this. It has, they're like, your ideas are all taken. Fair enough. Okay. On to the thing. Ms. Banks is engaged with legitimate criticisms of ANTM. Ms. Banks is proud of ANTM's accomplishments, opening doors the industry had long kept shut, decades before inclusivity. All right, how do I put this? Like, Ms. Banks's lawsuit involves a lot of like ball washing for Ms. Banks. And like, okay, you're saying Ms. Banks is the best person ever. And I'm betting each of these things are going to have some I'm betting each of these things are going to get some real criticisms coming back. So, like, ANTM provided a worldwide television platform to a transgender model at a time when the industry offered none. How did they treat that transgender model, I'm wondering? I'm betting that's going to be in the response. It proved that a model outside of the industry's sample size standard could win an internationally televised modeling competition. Again, how'd they treat her? It showed the world that a contestant who is deaf could not only compete at an exceptional level, but win. Okay, we're going to stop right here. It showed the world that a contestant who is deaf. Guys, lawyers, can I just say that if you want to show how inclusive you are at this point, deaf should be capitalized. Because the deaf community identifies themselves as the capital D F community. Just saying, if you're trying to show off how inclusive you are, you could act like you have basic knowledge here. Because there's a lot of deaf folks who will get really pissed at you if you, if you do that. The second thing is, I never really thought of modeling as like, okay, all right. It crowned a winner who defied the industry's. I mean, this feels like ridiculous tokenism here. Oh, and we've hit the goal. So, all right. It crowned a winner who defied the industry's traditional height expectations in Cycle 3 and later dedicated an entire cycle to petite models, challenging the industry's long-standing height bearers. But Ms. Banks and ANTM did not always get it right. Ms. Banks knows this and has been receptive to constructive feedback about the show. There was renewed interest in ANTM during the COVID-19 pandemic. At the time, all cycles of the show were available for streaming. Confined to their homes during lockdown, the public began binge-watching the show, offering commentary on these prior cycles and critiquing ANTM through a modern-day lens. Ms. Banks took ownership of the show's creative choices. With the benefit of time, reflection, and evolving social norms, Ms. Banks many times directly responded to that criticism. For example, millions of her followers saw her acknowledgement of the insensitivity of some past ANTM moments, owning that she made some really off choices. I'm waiting for the moment that this actually starts to get relevant, right? When does this matter? So Tyra Banks tweeted, been seeing the posts about the insensitivity of some past ANTM moments, and I agree with you. Looking back, those were some really off choices. Appreciate you honest feedback, and I'm sending so much love and virtual hugs. I mean, okay, a tweet is not really accountability, right? Like, okay. This post, amplified by others who shared and quoted it, yeah, that's what happens when a celebrity tweets, was not the only time Ms. Banks acknowledged things she considered to be mistakes. Again, I don't know what the relevance is, and I also don't know, like, yeah. M. Gordon, I wonder what percentage of hearing impaired people actually care about the capitalization. So big distinction between like hearing impaired versus like, I mean, being part of the deaf community and being hearing impaired are kind of different things, if that makes sense. So, all right. Ms. Banks had taken the opportunity to address some of the critiques of ANTM, including on her talk show. All right. I don't care, and nobody else cares either. So, defendants pitched the Netflix project as a balanced, definitive account of ANTM's legacy. So, February 2025, John Adler, an executive producer of Ever Wonder, reached out to Ms. Banks' publicist with a written summary, the pitch materials, of a proposed project, then titled On Top. The pitch materials bore Netflix's logo on its cover and described the project as a definitive 3-hour Netflix docuseries exploring America's Next Top Model as a groundbreaking pop culture phenomenon. Ms. Banks had long trusted and admired Netflix, i.e., she saw that Netflix was a big pile of money and she wanted into that pile of money. She's like, I want to go swimming in that pile. That Netflix featured prominently in the pitch materials and was putting its own brand behind the producers was of deep personal significance to both Ms. Banks and the other members of her household, i.e., we are fucking dumb. Netflix's involvement is the reason Ms. Banks even considered the project. She had no prior knowledge about the other entities and people involved, i.e., she's really fucking dumb. The pitch materials made a series of specific written representations about the nature and tone of the project. The documentary would unpack the show's legacy not as a takedown, but as a thoughtful, in-depth reflection on its influence, evolution, and impact on fashion, television, and culture. It'd be equal parts authoritative and celebratory. The producers wrote that unlike other productions, we take that responsibility seriously and will treat the subject matter and all participants with respect. Dudes, This is how Hollywood talks. Because at the end of the day, Hollywood is full of dishonest, disingenuous sycophants who will tell you anything you want to hear in order to fuck you. And I mean that sometimes literally and sometimes figuratively, but a lot of the time literally, right? And so, like, a Hollywood person who's like, I want to do a, well, no shit. And the thing is that I'm sure that Tyra Banks told a lot of the people who came on America's Next Top Model, oh, look, or her people told the people, because I doubt that they spoke directly to Tyra Banks, but they're like, I'm sure that a lot of that was, come on the show, we'll treat you fairly, we'll, all of this. And then they get on the show and it turns out that, the show makes them look like Satan. And, like, you should know this game because this is exactly the game that you are in. And I just, I find all of this a little bit strange, I guess. So, yeah. For years, Ms. Banks publicly discussed how the show was groundbreaking and where they made mistakes. The Netflix series was presented to her as an opportunity to address all aspects of ANTM. The way the producers described her role in the project convinced Ms. Banks that it was a perfect forum to share all of that. As they put it in the pitch materials, the documentary would provide the space to reflect on America's Next Top Model in a way that hasn't been done before, and to explore how the show broke barriers, where it sparked critical conversations, and how its impact is still felt today. So basically, she was like, they told me all the right things to get me into bed, and I believed them. And it's like, okay, but it's Hollywood. Like, yeah. Holy shit, I didn't know this. One of the girls got physical scars from their time on the show. Great for models where their body is part of the job. Is that true? Did somebody get, like, physically scarred? Oh, that, yeah. All right, so she's like, we got deceived. Defendants conceal that other ANTM personalities were serving as consultants. The pitch materials identified ANTM mainstays Ms. J, Nigel Barker, and J. Manuel as confirmed participants in the project alongside a diverse lineup of models. When the producers were communicating with Ms. Banks, the former judges were presented as interview subject, just as Ms. Banks would be. What Ms. Banks did not know and what the producers did not disclose was that J. Manuel, Ms. J. Alexander, and Nigel Barker were not mere interview subjects like she was. As Nigel Barker has publicly revealed, the three former judges were the people who first conceived of the idea for a documentary. They were ultimately credited as consultants on the Netflix series, a designation confirming they had editorial influence and possibly were being paid or otherwise compensated in connection with their involvement with or contribution to the Netflix series. I feel like this is not a win for Tyra Banks. Because if you're saying my big win, like my big moment here is that I, like, the judges that I worked with on this show all fucking hate me. Like, how, if I, like, it is not a win to say your coworkers all fucking hate you. Right? Like, okay, yep. I started a new goal for having an emergency, which is this vitamin C stuff. It is, yeah. All right. This intentional omission by the producers was material, and they knew it. In particular, J. Manuel had made no secret of his grudge against Ms. Banks and the show following the non-renewal of his contract. Had she known that the individuals were so deeply involved in the formulation of the Netflix series, also serving as consultants, and that she'd been excluded from such a role, it would have been raised a red flag. She would have known she was being set up. She would not have participated. Okay, this is not like a claim, though. I don't. So, defendants disclose interview topics in apparent good faith while concealing their preconceived narrative. So, Ms. Banks' early modeling years, the making of ANTM, changes in the fashion and beauty industry, and what's been misunderstood or untold about the show. They say, but the list contained no reference to sexual assault, no reference to Ms. Sullivan or the events in Milan. Yeah, I mean, the list is incredibly vague and incredibly broad. And I see people in the chat, and again, I haven't watched the show, I don't know, but I see people in the chat saying that there were like blackface or like race swapping events. Like, that's not. I'm going to get a little bit political here. Trudeau did multiple rounds of like blackface. And he was like, it was a different time. We didn't know. And I'm like, we have known since like the 1950s that blackface is okay. So like, you know, if Leave It to Beaver wasn't still on the air, then, you know, then you knew, right? Because we've known this for forever, right? And so anytime anybody's like, I did blackface and I didn't know, it's like, okay, sure. And the thing is that, yeah, we've known it's not okay for like since the 50s, right? Sorry, did I misspeak? Yes, it's not okay. That is the point of why I'm ranting about this. We've known it's bullshit since the 1950s. So, like, and the thing is like, okay, every once in a while somebody gets stupid around a Halloween costume. But like the, you know, doing it as a modeling thing is not the is not like a Halloween costume. And Trudeau, by the way, some of his events were as a Halloween costume and some of them were not. Some of them were for like straight up minstrel show performances. So like anytime somebody says, oh, I didn't know, like I wasn't aware, I you know, it's like, no, you know, you know, right? You knew that was not okay. All right. Ms. Banks sits for 3.5-hour interview in reliance on defendant's representation. You knew they're not going to use the 3.5 hours. So the interview was originally scheduled to last only 30 minutes. Okay, so you keep talking and you know it's going to get edited down. During the interview, and comforted by everything she'd been told about the project's purpose and the producer's intent, Ms. Banks did not end the interview after 30 minutes. Instead, she spoke openly for more than 3.5 hours. Her choice. So she took accountability for aspects she wished she'd handled differently and engaged with the kinds of legitimate criticism she'd heard before. She gave the producers exactly what they needed, not because she was naive, but because she'd been deliberately and systematically misled about how it would be used. Once she left the interview, neither the producers nor anybody from Netflix contacted her again for fact-checking, nor did they give her an opportunity to respond to the accusations they were building into the Netflix series, accusations they'd gathered from other participants before Ms. Banks ever sat down, and which they had deliberately withheld from her during the interview. They did not seek her input in any way before the Netflix series was finalized. Defendants deceptively reassure her. So they say they did not stop cultivating her trust. Instead, they escalated. Talking about how important her participation was to the thing, ingratiating herself. Ms. Banks expressed to the interviewer, "You had no idea what we have planned for Cycle 25. Since the final episode aired in 2018, A&TM fans have consistently and publicly called her to bring it back for Cycle 25. He discussed his interest in working on Cycle 25 with her. He sent her a thank you email after the interview. What a bastard. How dare they send a thank you interview or a thank you email to her after she does the interview? As he explained, to say that you strengthened the series would be the greatest understatement of all time. I know it will do the story justice in a way no one else could. So, Ms. Banks had no idea of defendant's plan as reflected in her response to Mr. Adler. I care deeply about the legacy of A&TM, and I want the story to be told with heart, and I am happy my voice will be integral. She continued, it was great to meet you too. I can tell the project is in thoughtful hands, and that gives me peace. I'm excited to see how it all comes together. Ms. Banks' trust was violated. Oh, that's a choice. That is such a choice. You're talking about your trust was violated. And, I mean, you do realize that this is a story that involves someone else getting SA'd, right? Like, you gotta be real careful about your phrasing at a time like this because, yeah, and I am looking for Tiny Violin. I have so much junk here. So I'm like, where's Tiny Violin? I have Reapers. I have cough syrup for some reason. Where's Tiny Violin? I got to clean this space up because I got a bunch of stuff here that is not Tiny Violin. And I don't know where Tiny Violin is right now. So, all right. Let's just pretend I am Tiny Violining right now because I cannot find the Tiny Violin. My wallet. I don't even know what that is. Tape measure. Yeah, too much junk here. Okay. I do not have access to Tiny Violin right now. So, Tiny Violin gone, Tiny Violin missing. All right. So, what is it? Ms. Banks' trust was violated. The false story Netflix would stream to the world and the true facts the producers withheld from viewers did not do Ms. Banks or the true story any justice at all. But Mr. Adler, Netflix, and the producers did not care. Their goal was clear, and it had little to do with telling the truth. Knowing the truth now, Ms. Banks finds it particularly odd and offensive. Nobody cares what you find offensive, right? I just don't. I'm sorry. I don't. Like, oh, you're offended? Muffin. I just don't. Like, offended is not a claim. It's not a cause of action. It's not an anything. It is just you are sad, right? So that Mr. Adler used his post-interview emails to continue to press for his involvement in Cycle 25 of A&TM. He wrote, talking to your agents about development for Cycle 25. Smiley face. Smiley face. How dare he? He used a smiley face for treacherous purposes. He has violated the integrity of the smiley face. Come on. Now, I just want to note here. We are 19 pages into this lawsuit. And I have not heard the actual basis to establish a defamation lawsuit, particularly a defamation lawsuit against a public figure, because she ain't like, this isn't Bob from the corner store. This is Tyra Banks, who claims that people know who she is. So what, where's the malice? Like, where are we going to actually get to any of that? The flattery continued. Lady, it is not a tort to give you like a verbal hand job. It is not. I mean, maybe it should be, but it isn't. And, so the following month, Mr. Adler reached out again to request that Ms. Banks participate in a reunion bonus episode of the Netflix series. He asked, "Are you open to a reunion moment as part of a larger creative that would bring together you, Miss J, Manuel, and Nigel?" In hindsight, she said that it was she had not seen the documentary and was not comfortable participating in additional content without having viewed the finished product. All right, so now she's learning that maybe, she should be mindful of these things. It's like, okay, she figured out to have a brain eventually. It appears that Netflix and the producers were already planning to have those 3 former judges participate in a national and online PR campaign that would be used to amplify their false and defamatory attacks. Further, neither Netflix nor the producers responded by allowing Ms. Banks to review the Netflix series. Did she ask? Like, it doesn't say she asked. Like, okay. That was no accident. They all clearly knew that if Ms. Banks saw the lies the producers had manufactured, that Ms. Banks would not participate in any way and might take legal action to prevent them from publishing their false attacks, and because they had contractually agreed not to defame her. So, undeterred, she reached out again, asking to record a video message for a Netflix senior leadership quarterly meeting. Okay, that's weird. So the request was not unusual. Okay. Shows what I know. Historically, Ms. Banks had made similar high-level corporate appearances to support projects about which she was fully informed so that she could speak accurately about them. But still, nobody associated with the Netflix series had provided the final Netflix series to Ms. Banks, so she politely declined, again explaining through her representatives that she could not participate because she had not seen the Netflix series. Even after that, nobody provided Ms. Banks with an opportunity to review the final Netflix series. Did you fucking ask? Like, nobody showed me the thing. Did you ask, though? She's like, well, I said I wouldn't do this because I hadn't seen it. Okay, but did you ask to see it, though? Like, those are different things. Like, I can't do this without having seen it is different than, can I see it? Like, you've got to say, like, can I actually see this? If you want to. All right. So they wanted her to do more promotion. She said, no, I can't promote what I haven't seen. Ms. Banks does not get access to the Netflix series until only 1 day before it streams to a global audience. So they finally gave it to her 1 day before it premiered on Netflix. All right. She was given less than a day to absorb a 3-episode attack on her character before it was streamed to a worldwide audience of millions. She had no opportunity to correct corrections inaccuracies. I'm just going to say, if you're going to say that you're going to corrections inaccuracies, it might be good if you corrections your... like, I would have corrections this. Of all the places to put a typo, that is not the best place. Or to withdraw her participation. That was not an accident. It was by design. The Netflix series is released for streaming. The Netflix episode premiered. All right, so they note that even though she sat for 210 minutes, that her footage was edited down to 16 minutes. Did you honestly think they were going to put in 210 minutes of your sitting there? Like, Like, is that something you actually thought? Or because if you did think that, your next collaboration should be with Afro Man to talk about like how fucking high you are. Because holy shit. There's no way they're putting 210 minutes of y'all rambling into the documentary. So obviously not all of our interview would be used. No shit. They scheduled you for 30 minutes. You got to assume that they schedule you for 30 minutes because they're going to edit it down to 15 minutes. And then you talk for 210 minutes, which means they're still planning to edit you down to 15 minutes. But by incorporating so little of it and manipulating the parts that remained, the Netflix series... God, why don't I have my violin? Need violin like I have never needed a violin before. Where is Tiny Violin hiding? I have... Yes! Ha ha! I've never needed Tiny Violin more than I needed Tiny Violin right now. Because, yeah. But by incorporating so little of it, manipulating the parts that remain, the Netflix series did not include a faithful reflection of what Ms. Banks said, nor was it a fair and accurate factual account about ANTM as Ms. Banks was promised by the producers in their efforts to persuade her to participate. It was carefully crafted to convey a series of false narratives, including one that intentionally and falsely portrayed Ms. Banks as knowledgeable about and indifferent to a contestant's sexual assault. From everything I see in the chat, and I mean, I have never watched America's Next Top Model, and I am never going to watch America's Next Top Model. Like, I'm not. But, like, if 10% of what the chat is saying is true, and I don't know if 10% is or 0% or what, I would not want to be going up for discovery on this shit at all, ever. Like, full stop. So, yep. Yep. Okay, carrying on. Again, since the resurgence of interest in ANTM, the show was the focus of both renewed appreciation and public criticism, including about some of the shows and Ms. Banks' creative choices. Ms. Banks heard the criticism, reflected on it, and was again prepared to address it directly. The lengthy interview was her opportunity to do just that, now on the worldwide Netflix streaming platform that would ensure that ANTM viewers everywhere would hear her respond to all the questions, including the tough ones. So, over the course of 3.5 hours, she engaged candidly with many of these criticisms, acknowledged what she would do differently, and spoke with specificity about decisions she regretted. Little of that made it into the Netflix series. Viewers who had watched ANTM, who'd followed the criticism, and who deserved to hear Ms. Banks' genuine response were denied it. I mean, if you want to have your views out there and to have editorial control, put the editorial control into the thing, or make your own production. You could do your own thing about Tyra Banks's, view on whether or not Tyra Banks is history's greatest monster. It's like, spoiler, she says no. All right. Shandy Sullivan's appearance on America's Next Top Model Cycle 2. Oh, they gave this a whole section. This is a fucking choice. This is a choice. From the very first episode, the Netflix series prominently features Cycle 2 contestant Shandy Sullivan. At the time she appeared on Cycle 2, the same time Netflix series directors Maura Lushi and Daniel Sivan were editing The Swan, Ms. Sullivan was 18 years old. A Missouri native, she was working at Walgreens when her then-boyfriend encouraged her to audition for ANTM. Ms. Banks was excited about Ms. Sullivan as a contestant, given her mission to showcase people from a variety of different backgrounds and who challenged then-conventional beauty norms. Ms. Sullivan was a talented and memorable contestant whose story was prominently featured in many episodes of the cycle, including the 10th episode, titled The Girl Who Cheated. Tyra. So, if I can pretend you're listening, which, we know you're not, but, if I can pretend that you're listening, you are complaining that this Netflix series makes you look bad. And yet here you are fucking your own face in your own writing in something you have editorial control over. Like, you had every ability to not write this shit and to not file this shit. And your decision to do so is your own entire ass decision. And, like, holy fuck. Holy fuck. Because now that you know that this person is SA'd, you are still putting into your thing titled The Girl Who Cheated. Like, those are the kinds of facts that, if those are the facts you are bringing to the case, really suggest that maybe this case is not one you want to bring, because it really suggests that the result of bringing this case is going to be the same result as using sodium toilet paper. Right? Like, this is sodium toilet paper in legal form. At the time of Cycle 2, and for years thereafter, viewers publicly discussed Shandy's storyline in the 10th episode as a public airing of the events around Ms. Sullivan cheating on her boyfriend. Today, many criticize ANTM's decision to show these events and Ms. Sullivan's emotional struggle in the aftermath. No fucking kidding. That is gross. And, I mean, sure, you might say, well, that's the kind of gross that the reality TV show industry is in. Sure, but you get to own that you are that kind of gross, right? You get to own that you are this kind of sack of shit. And, yeah, you own that. You live that. So, but at the time, the broad public discussion did not characterize the events other than as infidelity. And that was also Ms. Banks' understanding. Yet, you fucking gross, right? By the way, this is exactly the kind of shit that keeps women and men from reporting sexual assault. Because the number of people who are, concerned that if they report their victimization, that they are going to be treated like it was some, infidelity or the like, is a lot. And so what Tyra Banks is putting down here is she's putting down basically, I am part of the fucking problem. Right? Like, I am part of the problem. So, all right. I mean, this is a whole ass choice, but yeah. So here's the thing. I did not know who Tyra Banks was coming into this. And now I have formed an opinion of Tyra Banks from her own filings, and that's her own filings where she gets to portray herself in the best possible light. And my opinion from her filings, putting herself in the best possible light, is that Tyra Banks is a piece of shit. And, is absolutely just a piece of shit. So congratulations, Tyra Banks. Your PR tour tells me that you are awful. Cool. Your own filings should not tell me that you are fucking awful, because holy shit, these are your filings. By the time I get done reading through your own lawsuit filings, I should be thinking that you are a saint who, who has been wronged, right? I should not be feeling that you are, yeah. Yes, Runkle is sick. That's why all the goals are things that are healthy goals. So, yeah. All right. On the 9th episode of Cycle 2, Ms. Sullivan spoke to her boyfriend by phone, and they had an intense argument about one of his female friends. In that same episode, Ms. Sullivan commented on camera, "I miss my boyfriend, but then I thought, I'm here. I'm going to have a good time. I don't care." This was the only framing that viewers, including Ms. Banks, understood at that time. Ms. Sullivan was a young woman making a conscious choice to have a good time while away from her boyfriend. Gee, if only somebody had editorial fucking control over this. In the 10th episode, the remaining contestants, including Ms. Sullivan, were in Milan attending appointments around the city. The men who operated their transportation, providing rides on mopeds, were later invited to the contestants' apartment for dinner. Y'all fuckers knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing. The footage from that evening depicts Ms. Sullivan and the others socializing and drinking wine. Ms. Sullivan is shown kissing one of the men and later discloses on camera that the two had intercourse. How much wine? How much wine was she consuming? And how much dinner? And how drunk was she? Because the question is, if you're watching her get completely smashed and you're just sitting there watching it happen, then holy fuck, right? I might have to actually watch this episode to see. So also, they're going to have to disclose what exactly went down, what the editorial decisions were in this. And I am betting that there is a lot of discussion in that about how they think that they can get, something to happen. I am betting that the discovery on this shit will be fucking awful. So, yeah. The ANTM episode shows Ms. Sullivan afterwards as extremely upset and crying. Later, she called her boyfriend to confess in an emotional conversation. Maybe you could be human beings, and if you see that a woman is extremely upset and crying about a sexual encounter, that y'all should be sitting there and thinking, maybe this is not okay. Maybe this is a problem. Maybe we should be thinking about whether we should be calling the fucking cops. Because, yeah. Yeah, okay. As the ANTM episode shows, the contestants later met with Ms. Banks for coffee. But the producers of the Netflix series changed the sequencing. As they depict it, Ms. Banks started a discussion about infidelity and asked Ms. Sullivan if she'd cheated on her boyfriend. In truth, Ms. Sullivan, not Ms. Banks, introduced the subject of infidelity. Ms. Sullivan turned to Ms. Banks and asked, "I have a personal question. Have you ever cheated on anyone? Or had anyone cheat on you?" Ms. Banks honestly replied that years prior, a model she was dating cheated on her and that it hurt her deeply. Only after that discussion about Ms. Sullivan cheating on did the discussion about Ms. Sullivan cheating on her boyfriend unfold. I mean, this is the kind of timing shit that is not going to amount to much. Like, you can't sue in defamation over minor issues. All right. When I see this, I haven't seen it, so I don't know if these allegations are correct. I'm just sort of addressing things the chat is saying. But she told a model who complained a male model touched her inappropriately to suck it up, and that shoots are going to put them in uncomfortable situations. All right, so she's fucking gross. Like, if that's true, that is gross. Like, how is this helping? How is this helping her? And, like, I believe chat, because, yeah. Okay. And good for that model sticking up for herself. So Ms. Banks responded with compassion. Everybody's messed up, Shandy. I'm not judging you. At the time of the original broadcast and for nearly 2 decades afterward, the publicly available understanding of Ms. Sullivan's experience in Milan was that the strong feelings Ms. Sullivan expressed in that episode and those that followed stemmed from regret over infidelity. Before the Netflix series was released, that was the only framing Ms. Banks had ever encountered. Gee, maybe if you could sit there and, like, you know, maybe if you could have reacted to that appropriately, you wouldn't have had this kind of shit, right? All right, so now I got some vitamin C there. Ms. Sullivan has since spoken publicly about coming to understand those events differently over time. And you're upset that the producers didn't tell you that? Like, this is on you to know. Ms. Banks respects that process entirely. Had the producers informed Ms. Banks about what Ms. Sullivan said during her interviews with them, Ms. Banks would have addressed the situation in a vastly different way. How about had you given a shit, even the slightest, smallest little inkling of a shit, about whether this person who was in emotional trauma on your show was okay? Like, did that occur to you? Like, at all? Ever? But the producers deprived Ms. Banks of that opportunity. Instead, they withheld that information from Ms. Banks and made the intentional decision to have the Netflix series falsely imply Ms. Banks possessed an understanding that in 2003 that, to her knowledge, was not publicly articulated by anyone, including Ms. Sullivan herself, until the Netflix series was about to stream. Okay, fair enough. She's saying, I couldn't have known because, yeah. I mean, you could have reached out, but yeah. Publicly available record confirmed this understanding as recently as 2020. On October 16, 2020, Ms. Sullivan appeared on a YouTube interview with Oliver Twixt, an ANTM superfan who has interviewed many former contestants. During that interview, Ms. Sullivan discussed what happened to her in Milan without referencing a sexual assault or indicating that she perceived the event to have been non-consensual. Ms. Banks recognizes the seriousness of Ms. Sullivan's account and does not take such allegations lightly. It certainly feels like you're taking such allegations lightly. What she can say with certainty is that she had no awareness whatsoever that Ms. Sullivan's experience in Milan might have involved anything other than a regrettable but consensual encounter. Gee, if only you had seen, like, was she drunk? Was she, I really want to see what the discovery on this looks like, because I'm betting the discovery involves some serious things about, decisions that were made. Just saying. That's my bet. Netflix series episode 1, The Manufactured Cliffhanger. First episode of the Netflix series sets up the emotional weight of what is to come. An off-camera voice asks Ms. Sullivan, did you want to stay in the running? Did you want to win it all? Ms. Sullivan replies, I did. Until what happened in Milan. And then I didn't care. Over flashbacks of the original ANTM episode, present-day Ms. Sullivan narrates, I don't think I'd eaten anything at all or had any sleep. I remember getting in the hot tub. I remember April and Mercedes getting in the hot tub. And then I just remember the guy looking at me, and I looked at him, and I was pretty drunk at that point. The music turns ominous. The screen alternates between scenes from the original ANTM episode, Ms. Sullivan in the hot tub, later in bed with a man, and clips of Ms. Sullivan speaking in the present day in the Netflix series. She says everything kind of after that is just a blur. All I remember is just like him on top of me. I was blacked out. No one did anything to stop it. And it all got filmed. All of it. Every moment of it. Why are they filming them? Why are there cameras in the bedrooms? What did they think would be in the bedrooms that they thought they wanted to film? I'm just going to say, if you're putting a camera in somebody else's bedroom and it's not your bedroom, and, you know, the participants are not, like, y'all a sick fuck, right? Like, just saying, right? Like, y'all a sick fuck. So, with the viewer still absorbing this, the episode turns to Ms. Banks. Like, Ms. Banks, they encourage the girls to shower together to conserve water. Oh, fuck off. Like, you're just, at that point, you're just doing, like, you know, low-grade porn. Like, I mean, yeah. With the viewer still absorbing this, the episode turns to Ms. Banks. Ms. Lucci says, a little more difficult territory is Shandy. Ms. Banks replies, Shandy, okay. Ms. Lucci asks, you remember the story with Shandy? The episode shows Ms. Banks glance upward and hesitate, saying only, and the episode abruptly ends. The implication is devastating and deliberate. Ms. Banks cannot even remember the story of the woman who was assaulted on the show. I'm guessing that's the cliffhanger to come into the next thing. This implication is false. Ms. Banks remembers Ms. Sullivan well. She stood out as a remarkable young woman and talented, aspiring model. Ms. Banks also remembers the encounter in Milan as a matter of regret over infidelity. This entire lawsuit is basically attacking the victim here, and it makes me think Tyra Banks is pretty fucking gross. All right, so we already saw those things about the edits that they said. So one piece of evidence was deliberately extracted. The other was simply silenced. The producers had this footage. They knew that revealing it to the viewers at the end of the first episode of the Netflix series would destroy the story they were trying to construct. Instead, they made it appear that Ms. Banks was responding to Ms. Sullivan's present-day account of events that took place more than 20 years ago. Thus, the producers made deliberate editorial decisions to suppress Ms. Banks' answers, take them out of context, and mislead the audience. Okay. Episode 2. Defendants falsely portray Ms. Banks as knowing of a sexual assault and manipulating Ms. Sullivan into admitting to cheating. So, having manufactured the false impression that Ms. Banks knew and forgot that Ms. Sullivan suffered a sexual assault, the Netflix series escalates in episode 2 to an even more damaging set of falsehoods, including that Ms. Banks had real-time knowledge of an assault, did nothing to stop it, and then afterwards deliberately initiated a conversation to manipulate Ms. Sullivan into admitting to cheating. So, the second episode of the Netflix series opens with unsettling music. And alternates between a black screen and scenes from the original ANTM episode. Present day Ms. Sullivan states, I was hammered. I think I had 2 bottles of wine by myself. She explains that she just remembers little bits and pieces, including being in the shower and then sitting in the shower, and then we were in the bed. She continues, I was blacked out for a lot of it. I didn't even feel sex happening. I just knew it was happening, and then I passed out. So the original ANTM footage then plays. A young Ms. Sullivan hunched on the edge of the bed, her back to the camera, crying with her head hanging down. The Netflix series continues with Ms. Sullivan's current commentary. It all fucking hit me. It just flooded over me. I mean, if you were filming and you see that she is drunk off her fucking ass, and then she wakes up the next morning and is crying. This is the kind of situation where you're like, I think that this is a problem, right? Um, like, yeah. Um, all right. So, even the journalist the producers used to comment on this episode of the Netflix series confirms the original understanding. Though she was not present during the original events, the journalist discussed the exchange Ms. Sullivan and Ms. Banks had over coffee the next day. The journalist explained that Tyra and the contestants were talking about cheating. But the producer of the Netflix series used the journalist to turn that coffee discussion on its head. In addition to the sequence editing discussed above, the producers added a clip from the journalist in which she says the next day, Tyra has a girls' talk, and it is not a coincidence that she starts talking about cheating. The journalist was mistaken. Okay, but if the journalist is mistaken, and okay, Ms. Banks did not initiate the topic. The producers knew it, and the original ANTM episode proves it. Contrary to what the Netflix series suggests, Ms. Banks did not draw out the confession. I'm wondering what the full footage that's cut from that too indicates. So, all right. So this is again rehashing the all of that. The producers compounded this by adding a comment from the journalist. Of course, she's going to have producers in her ear. The implication is devastating. That before Ms. Banks sat down with Ms. Sullivan that morning, someone had pulled her aside and told her that Ms. Sullivan had been blackout drunk and had been sexually assaulted. There is no evidence that Ms. Banks was told any such thing, because she never was. She's like, I'm just so shit at my job that people are getting essayed on my show, and I just don't know it. Like, okay. But that's not spectacular, right? So, all right. Okay. Were that not enough, the producers also show Jay Manuel stating in his interview, I know the girls, they were doing their evening, hanging out with the guys, we were off. And then we got word, Shandy is having sex in the shower with the guy. Why did you, those guys weren't there by fucking accident. This was on purpose. You can see that they are very clearly I do not like this, because I can see that this is very much a circumstance where they're we know exactly what we're doing, and we are trying to engineer a situation. Yeah. So our show encouraged them to drink massive amounts of alcohol and invited a bunch of male moped drivers over. Yeah. It seems like this is very clearly what I want to know is, and then we got word Shandy is having sex in the shower with a guy. Here's a question I want to have an answer to. Did y'all fucking high five? Because I'm betting that, yeah. Why is she oh my God, this is her own filing. Why does her own filing make her sound like such a piece of shit? Ms. Banks has never denied that she was likely informed that Ms. Sullivan had participated in a sexual encounter the evening it occurred, or the next day. She was not aware of the details. And did she ever give a shit about the details? Did you look into that? And of course, when Ms. Sullivan discussed it with Ms. Banks the next day, she only characterized it as a regrettable act of infidelity. Again, Ms. Banks appreciated that Ms. Sullivan's understanding of the event is different today. But Ms. Banks did not know that at the time of the events, and nobody told Ms. Banks before or at the time she was interviewed for the Netflix series. Tyra, I feel like all of this should have instead gone into an apology letter to Ms. Sullivan. Like, because, I mean, you engineer circumstances of women drinking with, like, I'm guessing you didn't check if any of these guys had a criminal record, right? It's like, oh, right, we found a bunch of moped drivers. Did you check if they have a record? Like, was that a thing? Like, you know, and did you look into it? Because you find that, you know, having found that, like, oh, right, she had sex. Cool. What were the circumstances? Oh, she was drunk off her ass. This is the kind of place where if you're trying to be all like super inclusive, like you're talking about, you can be like, hey, are you okay? Are you like, you know, is this all right? You were way drinking, like you were way drunk. You know, maybe you should talk like huh. Episode 2 of the Netflix series then reveals what the producers concealed in episode 1. Ms. Banks appears on screen. The Netflix series repeats Ms. Lucy asking, do you remember the story with Shandy? This time it shows Ms. Banks nodding to confirm that she does. Okay, so they put the thing in. Ms. Banks' full name appears alongside the title, creator of an executive producer of ANTM. It is in that context that viewers see Ms. Banks reply, I do remember her story. It's a little difficult for me to talk about production because that's not my territory. The on-screen title, executive producer, placed alongside Ms. Banks' statement that production is not my territory, is designed to make her appear evasive and dishonest. Is your filing designed to make her appear evasive and dishonest? Because that is the effect your filing is having. Like, why? Why? Like, I don't know. If I was like, if Tyra Banks called me right now and is like, I need a second opinion, I'd be like, well, my second opinion is fire your first fucking lawyers because they are awful. All right. So now I just want to note we are 31 pages in to a 65 page like this should not be 65 pages. So much of this should just be like on the cutting room floor. Episode 2, defendants imply Ms. Banks concealed an assault. Ms. Banks appears on screen immediately after Ken Mock explained that the Milan footage was scaled back in a significant way. So, seemingly in response to a question about Ms. Sullivan, though the question itself is not aired, Ms. Banks states, I'm not head of story. That's Ken Mock. But I did become a master editor. It's important for people to know that we didn't put everything on TV. While some edits were made by the team to address new network standards in the wake of the Super Bowl incident. So the Super Bowl incident was when like a boob was on like national TV. It shocked and horrified the public to know that women have breasts. But regardless, women or people were shocked to learn this detail. And so they restricted things. When they're saying we had to edit this, I'm like, what did you have to edit? Like, was there nudity in this? Like, why is there nudity in a show about models? Because the whole point of models typically is that models are wearing clothes, right? That is what um that's like what models are about. So like yeah. The producers deliberately concealed their false narrative from Ms. Banks during her interview. All right, so more of the we lied about the we didn't know they were going to make us look bad. Um, Ms. Banks suffers serious harm. Okay, now we're getting to some harm, although I'm still not at the I'm still not convinced about defamation. As was defendant's intent, the public's reaction to the Netflix series was swift, harsh, and directed squarely at Ms. Banks. Viewers accepted the documentary's false narrative at face value, including that Ms. Banks knew a contestant had been SA'd, did nothing to stop it, and could not even be bothered to remember it. Not surprisingly, viewers took to social media to express their disgust and outrage. For example, um, Tyra pretending like she didn't know Shandy right off the bat shows how slick she is. That was just gross. No one takes accountability. Tyra acting like she doesn't remember who Shandy is. You don't remember a girl that was your responsibility getting SA'd and then doing nothing about it? So Tyra pretending she doesn't fully recall what happened to Shandy is really pissing me off. And when they asked Tyra, do you remember Shandy, the Shandy story? The look she gave was very telling. Like, bitch, you remember. As a result, Ms. Banks has suffered significant harm and damage to the personal brand she's worked for decades to build and maintain throughout the world. Another example of harm to Ms. Banks' personal brand is reflected by the impact that has been suffered in some of her other businesses. For example, Ms. Banks has invested millions of dollars into her ice cream business, Smize and Dream. Smize and Are you fucking kidding me? Smite? What am I missing about Smize and Dream? How is this a good brand? Nothing about that says I am gonna. Oh, smile with your. All right. Well, that is the dumbest shit ever. So the producers needlessly featured Smize and Dream, including footage of the store's flagship location in Sydney, in the Netflix series' final episode. Okay, that's not a cause of action. Following the Netflix series premiering on Netflix, the business's online rating plummeted from 4.6 to 3.6 after viewers flooded the site with retaliatory reviews parroting the documentary's false portrayal of how Ms. Banks handled and reacted to what happened to Ms. Sullivan. As a direct result of the producer's conduct and the extensive harm they've caused to her personal and professional reputation, Ms. Banks was forced to engage in substantial efforts and expense to mitigate the ongoing harm to her reputation. You are not mitigating. This is not mitigating. This is. Yeah, Smize is what she calls smiling with your eyes. Is she like. How do I put this? Did she fall on her head? Like, this is not helping your reputation. This is making your reputation worse. Ms. Banks' pre-litigation efforts to correct the record. All right. We're going to get into what correcting the record looks like. The best part, it's hot ice cream. Like spicy or like it's ice cream that is served hot? Because how does that... You know what? I just don't fucking want to know. I see people saying, no, I can't explain it. I need an explanation, and yet I don't want an explanation. Served hot. How is it ice cream if it's served hot? Like, okay, I have all the questions. I um it's just oh god. So it's not ice cream, it's just like it's like a beverage? Okay. All right. So she's really dumb, is what I'm getting from this. That she's like, I have a hot ice cream product. It's like, okay, cool. Um, all right. So on March 9th, Ms. Banks' counsel sent letters to all Netflix and the producers. In those letters, counsel called out that Ms. Banks' interview had been intentionally altered to advance a false narrative about her. They requested that they preserve all documents relating to the Netflix series. Um, they asked for an opportunity to review the unedited and uncut version. And so they basically said, we want to, work together to correct any mischaracterizations. Through counsel, Netflix told her to go fuck themselves, stating that the footage was in the possession of Everwonder and Wise Child. When they renewed the same request directed at Everwonder and Wise Child, they again declined. They offered no explanation for their refusal. It's probably, you dumb. There's no legitimate reason to deny Ms. Banks access to footage of her own interview, except that it's not hers. Right? Like, they actually, like, the interviewers actually own the footage, right? Tyra Banks doesn't. So it's like, I want this. It's like, well, it's not yours. You can't have it. Except to deprive the public of the truth that would be revealed by that footage. Ms. Banks is confident that the complete unedited footage of her interview will confirm what the existing evidence already demonstrates, that the producers intentionally constructed a false narrative that misrepresented Ms. Banks and misled viewers. So, you know what they could do that would be really, really funny? They could just go and like post the unedited footage, and they could just post it and be like, all right, does this make, because I'm betting the unedited footage as like the 3.5 hours of her talking does not make her sound much better. This is a real be careful what you wish for moment. So Ms. Banks is confident that the complete unedited footage of her interview will confirm what the existing evidence already demonstrates, that the producers intentionally constructed a false narrative that misrepresented Ms. Banks and misled viewers. But because Netflix and the producers have refused to provide access to the footage, she's been denied the ability to make the full truth public. Left with no alternative, Ms. Banks, I mean, you had an alternative, which is just to do fucking nothing. To brings this action to hold the producers accountable, to compel the production of the unedited footage, and to vindicate the reputation they deliberately impaired. Most of all, the Netflix series has used Ms. Sullivan's current account of sexual assault and weaponized it, portraying Ms. Banks as uncaring and orchestrating a sexual assault cover-up. I mean, I'm guessing that that Ms. Sullivan is probably happier with the Netflix people than with Ms. Banks. I'm just guessing. So not only is Ms. Banks entitled to vindication, but I don't think that doesn't feel like this is where that's going. The public is entitled to the truth. Ms. Banks is committed to giving them that opportunity, even if she must do so through the public forum of a courtroom. This is like, I am gonna beat up this pit bull, even if I have to do it completely naked and covered in barbecue sauce. Like, you sure that's how you want to do this? As of the filing in this lawsuit, Ms. Banks cannot be certain whether Netflix was a knowing participant in the false and defamatory attacks against her, or just the vehicle through which those lies were told to a worldwide audience. Either way, she's profoundly disappointed that the institution she respected and trusted would have any involvement in causing her such serious harm. And I see Agree with you, Ian. Bonus episode, The Interview. But she could also sell a show to Netflix, Hulu if her people were smarter. Maybe this is the setup. Maybe. Maybe. The rights agreement. So she signed an acknowledgement and release agreement, the rights agreement with Everwonder. And they also signed it. So the rights agreement purported to grant Everwonder the right to interview Ms. Banks, to film and record her likeness, image, voice, and name, and to incorporate the resulting material into the programming. Authorized them to edit the programming and exhibit and license it, and throughout the world in perpetuity. Contained a waiver of claims under which Ms. Banks released the producer, its affiliates, licensees, and assigns from various claims. The waiver, however, expressly excluded claims arising out of gross negligence or willful misconduct. It also imposed affirmative obligations, so I'm guessing there's a breach of contract argument here. It provided that Ms. Banks' material may not be edited in such a way as to portray her in a manner that constitutes actionable defamation, and that the producer would not overdub or otherwise replace any words actually spoken by her in the recordings with other words that materially and objectively alter the meaning of her statements. Also prohibited the use of her material in merchandising, commercial tie-ins, or endorsement without her prior written consent. Okay, so they might have a claim for a breach of contract over that, marketing piece there. All right, breach of the rights agreements by defaming Ms. Banks. So they're saying they breached the no defamation clause and the no word replacement clause. Okay. Breach of the rights agreements by exceeding its overall scope. Rights agreement defined the programming. I'm like, that hesitation was me going, what the fuck? Where is this coming from? This is new. This is, yeah. Likes could be better on Rumble. Come on, grumblers, hit the damn like. Hit the like button. And hit the subscribe button. I cover stuff here on YouTube. I cover stuff on Rumble. So, yeah. So, rights agreement contains no description of the programming's content, editorial approach, tone, or subject matter. Did you ask? It does not state the programming will accuse Ms. Banks of covering up a sexual assault. Okay, this is bullshit. It does not state the programming will incorporate footage from productions outside Ms. Banks' interview. It does not describe a 3-episode attack. The term programming is on its face ambiguous. And y'all fucking signed it. Like, you knew that this was not going to be your fucking interview. This is so bullshit. This is so bullshit. When they're like, it does not state the programming will incorporate footage from productions outside Ms. Banks' interview. You knew it was going to be a 3-episode production. You knew that it was going to, you knew that you were giving a 30-minute interview that would include 10 or like, oh my God. This is so stupid. Why did the lawyers put this in writing? So basically they're saying that they weren't told that this was going to be a takedown and that it's a takedown. Okay. The producers portrayed the project as one that would show ANTM and Ms. Banks in a positive light. Why wasn't this a puff piece? Why didn't they, wax our undercarriage? So the Netflix series that was actually produced bears no resemblance to the programming as the parties understood it. It was retitled Reality Check. I mean, stuff gets retitled all the time. It was built on fabricated editorial sequences. It accuses Ms. Banks of knowingly allowing a sexual assault and exploiting the victim's trauma. Because the Netflix series materially departed from the programming that Ms. Banks authorized, her waiver of claims does not extend to the Netflix series as produced. Unauthorized use of Ms. Banks' image and likeness to endorse a music album. They might actually have some legs here, honestly, right? The rights agreement defines producer to include Everwonder and its affiliates, and so they already detailed all of this, but they say it does not authorize use of the material in any other product or any other product's packaging or in connection with the promotion of any product other than the programming itself. So they're not allowed to do any merchandising or commercial tie-ins. I actually think this is a decent claim. She's probably going to get some money off of this, but not what she's looking for. Right? This is not the win she wants. Um, but I mean, I don't think this claim is stupid. If she was just suing over this, it would be a better lawsuit. Um, so they note the album is a discrete commercial product, separately released, separately marketed, and separately monetized from the Netflix series itself. The album is offered for sale and streaming on Apple Music, Spotify, Amazon Music, and other digital music distribution platforms, where consumers may purchase, stream, save, share, and consume it independently of any viewing of the Netflix series. I actually don't think this is a terrible argument, and I'm going to skip the rest of it, but yeah. All right. First claim for relief, false light. So basically, this is similar to defamation, but they're saying that because of the cumulative effects, the strategic concealment of information, the juxtaposition of unrelated clips, that they gave a false impression that would be highly offensive to a reasonable person and was highly offensive to Ms. Banks. So, again, this is the whole thing about knowing that she was sexually assaulted, failing to intervene, manipulated the victim, lied about her role in production to distance herself from responsibility, actively concealed the assault by controlling the editing of the footage, and ultimately could not even be bothered to remember that any of it had occurred. I mean, she's got to be sure that discovery is not going to be fatal to her, because I suspect that discovery is not going to go well on this. This, to me, seems like the kind of lawsuit that you should talk people out of. But, all right. They reiterate a lot of their claims. We've been at this for 2.5 hours. And, she's like, once again, all of this stuff that I've said 6 times now is there. Defamation by implication. So again, they're saying that because of the way they edited it, that it created a defamatory implication. All right. We're almost to the end because we're going to go through the claims for relief there. Yeah, if she wins on the merchandising and nothing else, she can still say she won the lawsuit. Yes, but she has to be very careful about her phrasing, because if she phrases it wrong, she could open herself up to a reverse suit. Third claim, defamation by implication. So this is the false impression that she knew of the assault and failed to act, but against Everwonder, Lucy, and Sivan. Okay. So same thing, basically. Breach of contract. They just covered the breach of contract. That's the merchandising. False endorsement under the Lanham Act. So this is, you can't use my name and tell me that, and tell people this like I was endorsing it. She's like, my name has value. You were selling this based on my name. You can't do that. That's not allowed. I didn't approve that. That was not part of it. All right. Prayer for relief. So what does she want? Compensatory damages in an amount to be proven at trial. Oh, she doesn't give us a number. Punitive and exemplary damages in amounts to be proven at trial. Actual compensatory, so money. She wants an injunction barring the use of the bank's image or any likeness of Ms. Banks derived from the interview footage or in connection with the album cover, or any other product packaging or advertising. And remove and cease distributing the existing album cover on all storefronts and platforms. They want an accounting and disgorgement of profits from the album, so they want the money. Actual damages, award of damages pursuant to statute and attorney's fees, pre- and post-judgment interest, litigation costs, and such further and other details. This lawsuit is a bad idea. Most of this lawsuit, I think, is going to be an issue there. I thought you had to allege at least $25,000. She actually says early on, she says that that the total value of this is going to be at least $75,000. So she's like, I don't know how much it is, but it's more than $75,000. All right. Let's talk about some robots. Actually, let's cover some super chats and so forth quickly. Harboring of imminent death. If an attorney breaks client confidentiality in an out-of-court statement, is it admissible? Probably not. It has to be the client that breaks it. Example, sure, he did it, but you can't prove it, so drop the charges. It's usually got to be the client who does it. Andy Rose, thank you for being a YouTube member. Much appreciated. Honk Banana No, count this to the first goal. I have to be missing in action tonight at a work function. We'll join later. Have a great stream. Thank you so much. A girl named Joey. Yay, Mrs. Runkle story. Law-abiding rebel. I love Mrs. Runkle stories. I got her permission before telling the story. She was like, okay. That's from Quebec. Mrs. Runkle is the best. I need her story. One day, yeah. Honk Banana No, watching on mute is this ghost. Glitter and Guitars, thank you for the Vancouver recommendations. Can't wait to visit next weekend. Just wish I had a little more time to explore. Shiro's and House of Tofu Soup are the recommendations. They're both good places. Aqua, another super chat for you to hate, Runkle. Grr. Marvin CZ, we love Mrs. Runkle. I recently started watching all of Rumpel of the Bailey. I've only seen a couple of episodes before, and I love it. It's a great show. Brentwood Cheek for the story. Thank you. Why this defamation trend is on the rise, I don't know. I really don't. I'm seeing more defamation suits, and they're all dumb. They're all dumb. Phoenix Paw, Kevin Bacon has 0. Johnny Depp has 1 since he's been in the same production as Kevin Bacon. Thus, you have Bacon number 2. Fair. So, Aqua would love to hear the Mrs. Runkle story. We told the story. Mrs. Runkle story. And story time. Coke versus Pepsi. Coke. But I should note, Canadian Coke tastes very different than U.S. Coke. They are not the same drink. And so if you go and you get U.S. Coke and you think it's the same thing, you will find that it is not at all the same thing. They are different products. They are, and so I don't much like U.S. Coke. U.S. Coke is kind of syrupy, if that makes sense, whereas Canadian Coke is less. There's lots of products like that where they have different recipes in Canada versus the U.S. So, like ketchup, Heinz ketchup. If you get Heinz ketchup in the U.S., it is a lot sweeter than Canadian ketchup, whereas Canadian ketchup is less sweet, but a lot saltier. So, yeah. Jen Toxic, thank you for 10 gifted memberships, much appreciated. Ms. Monty, thank you for the super chat there. Stepanova, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, much appreciated. I saw that there was on Rumble, Rosalind Duke, thank you for the 5 subscriptions, much appreciated. And Megan Bruhan, thank you so much for the super chat there. Musings of Apathy, are you planning to eat raw whole garlic cloves? What does that do? Yes, and I did eat one, and I might eat another one. I don't know if they help, but they feel like they help. So, I mean, it's supposed to boost your immune system, but yeah. Ever eaten raw garlic? Inquiring minds want to know. So, you're going to find this weird, but occasionally I will just eat raw eat raw garlic because, like, I'll just be walking by the cupboard and I'll just be like, I'm going to have one. And I'll just pull one out and eat one because I'm weird. Because garlic is yummy, correct. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's Tyra Banks. Yeah, crashing into a building right now. Michigan Farm Boy, catching up, but let's go garlic. That was because we had a goal for the garlic. Musings of Apathy. I'd like to see a cooking competition show where the chefs get as much time as they need instead of unrealistic deadlines. Yeah, I mean, they do have filming requirements, but yes. Ms. Vicky, I like garlic. Same. Josh D, I've always said worst cooks in America finds the titular person when they eliminate the first person. Yeah, I feel like that is correct. The Jet JJ, sending healthy vibes. Thank you. Also, goal. Yes, today we're doing healthy goals because I'm a little sick. Burroberries, Runkle, the most infamous challenge was one where they race-swapped contestants and dressed them as African and indigenous people in blackface. Jesus Christ. Dark Cloud, thank you for being a YouTube member. Much appreciated. Bully Dog Mom, cheers toward the vitamin C. Thank you. D Starfire, to be fair, the Tyra Banks case is actually solid for defamation cases. At least they make specific claims of what is false and misleading. Yeah, that's fair. Beth Aviv, I've never heard of this controversy until Law2 picked it up. Typical Streisand effect. Now more people know. Yep. Just because. Goal for Runkle to Mead model her REIT model land. I don't even know what that is. Drink your vitamins. Yep. And just because says take my money, thank you. The Miss Monty, thank you as well. Just because we're rooting for you. We're all rooting for you. Thank you so much. Get well soonian, thank you. Bully Dog Mum, thank you so much. Jamie Luciano, take your vitamins and feel better. Thank you. The Jet JJ, the irony of contestant vague contracts and dozen of hours of footage edited to a few minutes of storyline. I feel like Tyra Banks doesn't have a whole lot to complain about there. Elf Wiggins, and thanks for giving me effing your own face. I can't wait to use that. Let me know how that goes. Stephanie Bachman, just bought my first gun, 9mm Smith & Wesson. We'll be keeping in the home. What do you recommend for a simple gun safe and a holster? For a gun safe, there are some good ones made by Vaultec. I do not have a sponsorship thing with them, notwithstanding that I've tried. And a holster, don't buy a leather holster, even though I'm a leather work guy. Like I do leather work, I do not run a leather holster. Get a, but holsters you're going to want to get, like look around at different models and different types. There is a company that I know of, but I'm trying to think of, I'd have to actually go and look at the holster. But what I'm going to recommend is don't listen to me. For holsters, look up Princess and the Pistol. That is Emily's channel. She does discussions about, these are specifically aimed for women. And they're aimed for women at, I want to bring her on the channel at some point to talk about it. But so these are, they bring them on, or she does like how to concealed carry as a woman without like printing and showing and so forth, which I think is important because if you take advice from a guy, you're going to get guy advice, and it's not super applicable. So go to her. I need to reach out to her and be like, come on the channel and do an interview. So the Jet JJ, agree with you, Ian. Bonus episode, the interview. But you could also sell a show to Netflix, Hulu if her people were smarter. Maybe this is the setup. Yeah. Kimchi the Forensic Homeopath. Current SA narrative. I think Banks' mask just slipped a little. Oh, it slipped a lot. Allie in Texas. Welcome aboard. So I might be in Texas later this year. So later this year, I am probably going to be in Houston, I think. Oh, no, sorry, Dallas, Fort Worth. So I am likely to be. I will probably have to arrange some sort of meetup in Texas at, for that, because, so stay tuned. I don't have anything planned yet, but, Kimchi the Forensic Homeopath. I forget, have you been to Montreal? If you have, what's your favorite restaurant? I have been to Montreal, but I have not been to Montreal in 30 years. So 30 years since I was last in Montreal. I cannot recommend a restaurant because what I will say is you should go to Montreal and try some legit poutine. Because if you've had poutine anywhere else, it probably was not good poutine. And the thing is that it's supposed to, you can tell it's different. Like you can tell it's right if your teeth are squeaking on the cheese curds. And it's supposed to be like actual good gravy, because there's a lot of places where that just doesn't happen. So please come to Pennsylvania, New Jersey. I would love to go to all the places, but I don't know when I will be in Pennsylvania. So, yeah. ASG, getting over COVID. Thanks for the company. I hope you're doing all right. Maggie Beth, raw garlic cloves inside olives. Yum, yum. You know what's actually really good? There's a brand that does olives with like lemon in them. And oh my God, they're so good. So good. So, Nurse Dale, thank you for being a member. Much appreciated. Selena Rosara, or Selena Rosara, it's my birthday week. Happy birthday. Carrie Kate, thank you for becoming a member. There's someone that Carl Casarda in Range TV featured something on her own or similar. It's actually on her own. And I have had her on this channel. We did a video. So she's great. She's done discussions of like how stun guns are crap, which, yeah. Last stream I came to you, mentioned maybe coming to Seattle during Copper River salmon season. Stretches through July, and I'd love to come to a meetup if you did one. I am not sure yet if I will be able to do a meetup. But don't forget October, Ian. I have not. I have so much things I have to plan. So, Ian, have you ever visited the Andrew Garlic Festival? I've never heard of it. So, Runkle, don't forget Montreal smoked meat and Saint Viateur bagels. I've never had the bagels, but the smoked meat is really good. So, yes. Cosmooks, gonna have to get a TRO to get a visit from Runkle. Too soon. Sorry, Runkle. It's funny, but don't. And Honk Banana No, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. So, yes. When are you coming to Seattle? In July, but I don't know if I'll be able to do a meetup. I will explain why I'm going into Seattle after I'm in Seattle, if that makes sense, or after I'm back. You'll find out. You'll see. I'm sure that you will see. But yeah, okay. In Andrew, Alberta. Okay, I'll have to look that up. All right. Let's talk about robot lawyers, because robot lawyers is always hilarious. So, what does robot lawyers look like on this occasion? Sanctions order. In the case of Tom Withers III versus City of Aberdeen. Evier, I haven't been able... I need to track the case down again, and I haven't been able to find it again. So I'm looking for it. I still plan to do the lawyers getting shot, but I can't find it again. So, yeah. All right. This matter comes before the court on its own initiative, which means that the court is like, y'all fucked around, and it is find out time. And even though neither of you has brought this issue up, I am bringing this issue up, because fuck y'all. So, on December 10th, 2025, the court entered an order to show cause directing all counsel of record in this case to show cause as to why the court should not impose sanctions against them pursuant to Rule 11 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, Court's Local Rules, etc., 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 for filing legal memoranda containing hallucinated case citations. So, this is a case where everybody fucked up. He's like, all the lawyers did the robot lawyering, and now everybody gets to eat a shit sandwich. I have prepared a giant shit sandwich, and you are all gonna get a slice. So the four attorneys, namely Kathleen M. Wilson, Chauncey Hunter Ridgway, Catherine Y. Williams, and Mark C. McClinton, appeared before the court for a hearing on this matter. Chauncey? Okay. I feel bad for Chauncey. So, following entry of the order to show cause, both parties submitted motions for leave to file corrected versions. Having considered the record, the court is prepared to rule on the sanctions issue. So, brief recitations of the facts provides helpful context. This action involves a contractual dispute between Withers and the city of Aberdeen over legal fees. Withers is a licensed attorney in the state of Louisiana whose complaint brings a single breach of contract claim against the city. He's represented by Kathleen W. Wilson, who has admitted pro hoc vice, and Chauncey Hunter Ridgway, who is a Mississippi licensed attorney and appears as local counsel. The city is represented by Catherine Y. Williams and Mark C. McClinton. So the pro hoc vice lawyers have to have a local lawyer as well. On October 24th, the court awarded Withers reasonable attorney's fees and expenses stemming from his efforts in obtaining and subsequently defending an entry of default, which the court ultimately set aside. The attorneys for the city, rather than the city itself, were held responsible for payment of said fees and expenses. Oh, that's exciting. Because it's rare that the lawyers actually end up personally on the hook, but they're personally on the hook. So, after entry of the court's order, a series of submissions, including the 3 filings from which the current issue arises. So, they all filed things, and the court tried to look up citations, and the court found that there were a whole bunch of citations that they could not find. This is a problem because all of the lawyers were like, what do you mean the judge is going to read our case law? What do you mean the judge is going to actually do the homework? What do you mean that the judge is actually going to, read any of this shit? And it's like, oh, okay. You should have known that this was a potential, you should have known that, right? So, yeah. All right. Just this is maddening, right? Because every time I get a filing from the other side, right? When I get the first thing I do is I read all of their case law, like every single thing I read. And that's because I want to make sure that the other side is properly, representing it. So all of these lawyers who think that they can get away with this are really kind of cutting some corners in that they just, They apparently don't think other lawyers read the cases, which means that they don't read cases either. Can I do the document in night mode? I don't think they have night mode for PDFs. I wish they did because that would be a good thing. All right. So they set it for a hearing and the attorneys admitted that the hallucinatory citations resulted from unverified AI use. They held a show cause hearing and all attorneys of record were in attendance. Each of the attorneys expressed embarrassment and apologized to the court. That is the right approach, right? We suck. They also provided explanations regarding their independent roles in conducting legal research and/or drafting the filings at issue. In short, Williams and Wilson, the 2 out-of-state attorneys, assumed responsibility for drafting the filings at issue on behalf of their respective clients. Williams admitted to using an AI tool to conduct legal research, and Wilson admitted to using generative AI to draft her respective filing. Neither of them verified the legal authority outputted by AI before filing their briefs. Ridgway and McClinton, local counsel for the parties, admitted to failing to review the filings submitted to the court on behalf of their respective clients, though the same bore their electronic signature. So let's talk a little bit about pro hoc vice. So when you pro hoc vice into a place, right, in the U.S., they need to have local counsel who basically sign off on, I'm going to make sure that this lawyer doesn't fuck up, right? I'm going to make sure this lawyer is doing what they're supposed to do. Now, they're supposed to actually, if you are putting your signature on something, you better make sure that it is correct, because the court will not take, well, I just trusted this other lawyer, and even though my name is on it, and even though I signed it, I didn't look. So These local lawyers said that they were not aware of their respective co-counsel's use of AI, and they first became aware that the hallucinated cases were cited in the court's show cause order. They also should have been aware of this when the other side filed their materials, right? Following the hearing, the court stayed the case and canceled the scheduled trial, and then brought them in for a bollocking. So they go through the relevant law, which basically says you have a requirement to check your work and to not submit fabricated bullshit. And that the courts can punish that, and that the courts often punish that. So this court is yet again burdened with addressing AI hallucinations in court filings. It has previously acknowledged that AI is a powerful tool that, when used prudently, provides immense benefits. However, while generative technology can produce words, it cannot attach sincerity, truth, or responsibility to what it writes. That remains the sacred duty of the lawyer who signs the page. This case presents the court with an unusual scenario. Attorneys for both litigants engaged in similar sanctionable conduct. As noted above, Williams admitted to using AI to conduct legal research and incorporating the output into her respective filing without verification. By the same token, Wilson admitted to using generative AI to draft her respective filing without verifying the legal authority incorporated into the generated draft. Their practice of blindly relying on technology resulted in the hallucinatory citations contained in the respective filings. To state the obvious, an attorney who submits fake cases clearly has not read those non-existent cases, which is a violation of Rule 11. You've got to read the shit you file, right? So everybody admitted that they violated the rules. All right. So what does the court do? In line with these decisions, the Fifth Circuit has held that the submission of briefs containing fabricated authority is an abuse of the judicial process, warranting sanctions under the inherent power of courts. So basically, I have to punish y'all, and here we go. Their acts of relying on AI output without verification alone supports a finding that they acted in bad faith. And additionally, the court is also compelled to point out that this sanctionable conduct inevitably implicates Williams and Wilson's ability to continue practicing before it. Stated simply, the ability to appear pro hac vice is a privilege, not a right. So the thing is that when you are pro hac viceing into a place, you are asking the court for permission to let you practice in a place that you would not otherwise be allowed to practice. And so if you fuck up, if you break the rules, if you have some sort of ethical violation, if there is some sort of, whatever, that means that ultimately you can lose that ability. The court can say that an appropriate penalty for your violation is that you get kicked out of that, out of that court case. It's a pretty serious thing. So you got to be real careful about that. All right. The court will consider any violation of its local rules in determining the appropriate sanctions. They say a uniform framework for determining the appropriate sanctions in cases involving unverified AI usage has not been adopted within the Fifth Circuit. In the past, the court has considered the violating attorney's candor, accountability, and remedial measures, as well as a number of Rule 11 factors. So one of the things I do occasionally, because AI keeps getting better, right? And so I'm like, all right, when is the day that AI is gonna replace me? When is the day, or not even just replace me, but when is the day that AI is going to make my job easier, right? When is the day when I could actually rely on AI? And so what I do when I occasionally is I go and I give it a task, a simple task, the kind of task that I might give to a law student or a junior or something like that. But I make it a little bit tricksy because real life is tricksy, right? Real life is full of tricksy bits. So the most recent one, I did this like a few days ago. The most recent one was I gave an example, and the example was this. Female motorist is driving down the road and gets pulled over. When she's pulled over, the police decide that she might be in possession of drugs on the basis of a hunch. I specifically state that it's a hunch that they have the basis for. And so they direct her at the roadside to remove all of her clothing, every single piece, in view of passing motorists. And I indicate that these are two male police officers. But the male police officers specifically state that they do not consider this to be a strip search. This is a clothing examination. The officers say it is a clothing examination, not a strip search. I also mentioned that she is South African. And so then I said, please analyze this for charter violations, charter issues, and then please present a charter notice. And none of the AIs successfully identified this as a strip search. Two of the AIs addressed the question of whether it was a strip search, but rejected it on the basis of this is not a strip search, this is a clothing examination, and therefore it is not a strip search. So none of the AIs successfully identified the search issue, which is the big fucking deal here, right? There is no possibility in law for conducting a full, completely naked strip search at the roadside in view of passing motorists that, like by two opposite gender officers. There's no way to justify that in Canadian law, right? There's just zero way that gets... This is like so flagrantly, obviously a violation that I cannot even see this case going to trial. A Crown prosecutor would get those facts and go, holy fuck! And just be like, I would get a phone call saying, hey, I just reviewed the facts and holy fuck, this has to go away. So, what did they analyze? Well, they said because she is South African, there is probably a Section 15 discrimination ground. And I'm like, y'all, this is not a Section 15 case. And also, South African has a really good chance of meaning whiter than me. Because, like, let me pull up a picture of like some famous South Africans, and you can just like see what that looks like. So yeah, the Antwoord, South African. Super not black. Oh, hey, I appear to have lost... Oh, there we go. We're back. So, like, identifying that as, like, the grounds is just complete dog shit. So, anyway, the source of all of this is basically that I'm like, you cannot assume any of this. And so they just do such dog shit work, right? So I'm like, all right, I am still not going to use AI for much of anything. Yeah. All right. So, the court is vested with considerable discretion in determining the appropriate sanction to impose upon the violating party. So, Kathleen M. Wilson, solo practitioner, licensed to practice in Louisiana, owns the Wilson Law Firm, which has no policy in place pertaining to AI use. The Runkle Law Firm has a policy in place pertaining to AI use, which is fucking don't. So she explained that she used First Drafts, an AI-powered program for drafting legal documents. When asked how long she'd been using the AI tool, she indicated that she'd been doing so for approximately 6 months. It's not great. She admitted to failing to verify the AI output, and she indicated that she'd used the tool for preparation of filings in other cases. She explained that she was shocked when the court pointed out the hallucinated cases. She said that she was unaware that AI could produce hallucinated cases and explained that she did not even know what a hallucinated case was. The court finds that explanation to be insufficient and incredulous. Quite frankly, if I was a judge and a lawyer came in and said, I didn't know that AI can produce hallucinations, I would be like, look, you're getting punished extra. And the punished extra is because either you're lying to me or you are too fucking stupid to be a lawyer. And so if you're too stupid to be a lawyer, you're getting punished extra for that. If you are lying to me, you're getting punished for that. I don't know why I'm punishing you extra. I don't know if it's stupid. I don't know if it's lying. But whatever reason, you get extra punishment. Like, both roads here lead to it's going to be a suck day for you. And yeah, like just so the court notes there have been enough repeated incidents throughout the country of attorneys' misuse of AI that the pitfalls with using AI are well established. In fact, the Fifth Circuit has recently held that if it were ever an excuse to plead ignorance of the risks of using generative AI to draft a brief without verifying its output, it is certainly no longer so. Yeah. For these reasons, the court disbelieves Wilson's claim of ignorance of the risks associated with using AI in the legal context. It's like, we're not that stupid. The court finds that she knew or reasonably should have known of those risks and that she acted in bad faith in failing to verify the legal authority. So she filed a motion for leave to file corrected memorandum. And yeah. All right. Aside from that notation, the motion discloses that several other filings submitted on behalf of Withers contain misrepresentations of law, including a fake quote, and that one of the hallucinated cases also appeared in a separate filing. At the hearing, Wilson assumed responsibility for drafting those other tainted filings as well. So, on this point, the court is compelled to notice that it has serious concerns that Wilson has continued this practice of AI misuse in other cases after she was put on notice of her violations in this case. Again, the show cause hearing in this case was January 20th. On April 9th, the United States Bankruptcy Court for the Western District of Louisiana sanctioned Wilson for submitting 2 filings containing non-existent cases and statutes as a result of what is universally known as AI hallucinations. It is fucking dumb to use AI once. But to use AI, get caught using AI, and then do it again. I mean, your IQ and your shoe size have got to be vying for position at that point. So, whoa, right? Like, so, though this court cannot consider subsequent conduct that did not occur before it in determination of the appropriate sanction, it finds that at minimum, Wilson's apologies to this court were not sincere. She failed to conform her conduct despite assuring to this court that she would. It's like, you said you'd do better. and then you did the same shit exactly again. Fuck y'all. So, court acknowledges that she was forthcoming about the source of her mistakes and accepted responsibility. But the factors do not counsel in favor of lesser sanctions. So, that's her. Chauncey Hunter Ridgway. He's a Mississippi licensed attorney who works for Christian and Small LLP. By the way, when they say working for Christian and Small LLP, I'm like, for now. Because if I was Christian and Small LLP and I heard that these sanctions were coming down the pipe, I'd be like, yeah, pack your shit. You're gone. You're out of here. I started another goal for another garlic, and that's mostly because I don't think it's going to be helpful, but I'm just going to have more garlic. Anyway, so she didn't draft the document, but she failed to verify it. She says she was unaware of Wilson's AI use, but didn't attempt to excuse herself on that basis. She says she doesn't personally use AI, and her firm has a policy in place pertaining to AI use. So, in essence, Wilson would present Ridgway with a copy of the proposed filings. The two would discuss the substance of the same, but she didn't review the citations. All right, so less responsibility on that incident. So, yeah. So the court finds that Ridgway does not find that Ridgway acted in bad faith. Cool. Catherine Y. Williams is a partner at Texas-based law firm Daniel Williams and Associates. We'll see if they still want to associate with Williams at the end of this. Williams admitted to relying on AI research tools without independent verification. So, at the hearing, she explained that her law firm does not use open-ended AI, but it is acquired software that was built for in-house legal research. They'd only been using that research tool for 90 days prior to the entry of the court's show cause order. She explained that the designer of this unnamed software operates out of Houston, Texas, and was introduced to her firm at a CLE course. Notably, she explained that the software is built to produce results from jurisdictions in which her law firm typically practiced, which did not include Mississippi. Then why are you using it there? So she explained that this case is the only Mississippi case she's ever been involved in, yet she resorted to using the software, apparently knowing that it was not designed to encompass Mississippi law. After providing that explanation, once the court expressed its concern that Williams had relied on the software output when it was not designed to include Mississippi cases, she contradicted herself by stating that the tool was supposed to provide regional results and that Mississippi was certainly within her firm's region. In the court's view, Williams attempted to deflect from the fact that she disregarded the software's design, which she was aware of beforehand once the court expressed its concern. It's like, you're bullshitting. That's what this translates to, is you are bullshitting. So, notwithstanding this, Williams admitted that her firm implemented a policy on AI usage in 2025 after incorporating the software into the firm's practice. So, the policy required attorneys in her firm to independently verify the software's output. So the court finds it particularly egregious that Williams, a partner and presumably a leader in her law firm, disregarded the AI policy by blindly relying on the AI research tool. It's like, you have a policy to not fuck this up, and you fucked it up anyway. And you are a partner. You get to decide these policies. So they find that she acted in bad faith. They note further, the court is compelled to address a point raised by Williams in her motion and reiterated at the show cause hearing. Though she recanted her original position that she had not violated Rule 11 because the legal propositions in her filings were correct, she nonetheless emphasized at the hearing that she had not misrepresented any proposition of law in her filings. So, other courts have squarely rejected the notion that a Rule 11 violation has not occurred merely because the legal propositions accompanying fake case citations are otherwise true or supported by other cases. It's like, just because you got it right by accident doesn't help you. So, likewise, this court will have no part in crediting Williams for her stroke of pure luck and simply finds that her observation is irrelevant to the issue at hand. All right. So, As a final point pertaining to Williams, we skipping ahead a bit here, but the court is concerned that she attempted to evade appearing at the show cause hearing in person by misrepresenting her availability after the court scheduled the hearing. Though the court does not factor this conduct in determining the appropriate sanctions, because Williams was first confronted with this issue at the hearing, it nonetheless finds it noteworthy to mention. Court originally scheduled the show cause hearing in this matter for January 6th. She filed a motion seeking to appear at the hearing via video conference or for the hearing to be continued. She represented that she had a conflicting federal court appearance in another case without providing further detail. Court issued an order granting a brief continuance and directing Williams to submit documentation verifying her conflicting court appearance on the originally scheduled hearing date. So she complied and promptly submitted a response which indicated that she was being required to appear at an initial scheduling conference in a federal court case in New Jersey. Notably, that initial scheduling conference in the New Jersey case was scheduled to occur via video conference 3.5 hours before the show cause hearing in this case. Upon verifying the information provided by Williams, the court realized that the remote conference in the New Jersey case actually had been postponed via text order on December 8th, 2 days before this court even issued its order scheduling the show cause hearing in this case, which was entered December 10th. The fact of the matter is Williams never had a scheduling conflict, though she represented as much in her motion and response. The court is troubled by this misrepresentation and finds that Williams was not truthful about her purported scheduling conflict in violation of her ethical duties as an officer of the court. This certainly reflects her lack of concern for the seriousness of the underlying misconduct in this case, despite her contentions otherwise. It's like, you fucking lied to me about this? Are you kidding? Why would you lie to me about this? How does this make any sense for you to do this? But she made her choices. That it's certainly a set of choices. So carrying on, because you're like, how can this get worse? I mean, this is basically the worst possible, thing here. All right. So Mark C. McClinton, sponsoring resident attorney and co-counsel, signatory to the two filings, and he said that he was not aware that they were being filed, but acknowledged that he'd previously given Williams permission to affix his signature on prior filings without reading the documents. What the fuck? Why would you give anybody permission to put your signature on shit that you haven't read? Oh, man. So he'd impliedly given her permission to do so. And of all the people that you could choose for that, so he was unaware that she'd used an AI research tool and said he was aware that he should have checked. So he too violated his duties as a sponsoring attorney. He acted negligently and carelessly, but he accepted responsibility for the role in the violation and self-reported to the Mississippi Bar. The court credits his candor and steps taken towards holding himself accountable. So, sanctions. What is the court going to do for punishment? Having considered the array of sanctions issued against attorneys, the court finds that a combination of monetary and non-monetary sanctions are warranted for the reasons the court has explained above. In deciding what form of sanctions are appropriate, then the court has remained cognizant of the Fifth Circuit's directive to impose the least severe sanctions necessary to impose deterrence. And you might be saying, oh, well, that's a good sign. That is not a good sign at this point. Did we do boiled peanuts? We have not done boiled peanuts. And I'm going to defer the boiled peanuts to next week. And the reason why I'm going to defer the boiled peanuts is because I am not feeling great. And when I'm not feeling great is the wrong time to experiment with an entirely new food. So I did say we'd try to do the boiled peanuts today. I am going to back out of doing that today. So, equally, I'm not going to try any of the other weird stuff I've got, like my canned haggis. So, yeah, I thought that might have been the boiled peanuts, but it's the canned haggis. All right. So, court finds that the following sanctions are warranted and necessary to deter similar conduct by members of the larger bar, and that no lesser sanction will serve that necessary deterrent purpose, vindicate the court's interest, or otherwise rectify this misconduct. So if you were looking at this and you're going, oh yeah, he says that the least necessary sanction is appropriate here, and going, oh, that's a good thing. It's like, oh, no, it is not. That is going to be a thing. So let us see how much the whacking happens. First, pursuant to the court's local rule, Wilson's and Williams' pro ac vice admissions in this case are hereby revoked. Pursuant to this court's inherent authority in Rule 11, Wilson and Williams are hereby barred from entering an appearance in any case before the United States District Court for the Northern District of Mississippi for the period of 2 years from today's date, and are ordered to each pay a fine. So the beginning of this is you are kicked out of Mississippi for 2 years, at least Mississippi courts. Like, you gone, you done, goodbye. They are ordered to pay a fine. Wilson shall pay the amount of $2,500 to the registry of this court within 30 days. Williams shall pay the amount of $3,500 to the registry. I would not have set those fine amounts. I would have set those fine amounts with like an extra 0 on the end. Because, I would have put serious money on that. Because Wilson is the only attorney who misused AI in this case without the benefit of having attended a CLE on the topic, Wilson is hereby additionally ordered to attend and complete within 60 days of this order a CLE on artificial intelligence with an ethics component addressing the obligations of counsel. Secondly, pursuant to Rule 11, Ridgway and McClinton are hereby disqualified from further participation in this case and are ordered to each pay a fine in the amount of $1,000. The court is cognizant that upon disqualifying the resident attorneys, the litigants are effectively left without representation, and that this can cause hardship for them. Nonetheless, the court finds that even if there's some minor hardship, it must yield to the seriousness of the misconduct here. Withers and the city will be allowed 60 days within which to find new counsel to represent them in this case, moving forward. Lastly, the court finds that referral of all attorneys to the applicable disciplinary body for disciplinary proceedings is warranted and justified under the circumstances. It also finds it appropriate to provide a copy of this order to the judges presiding over various other cases. So what does the judge do? The judge kicks every lawyer off of the case. Like, you are all out. And kicks 2 of the lawyers, the pro ac vice lawyers, out of Mississippi for 2 years, and is like, and you're all getting referred to the Bar Association. You are all going to get additional penalties. Yeah. Following entry of this order, the clerk of the court shall terminate all 4 attorneys as counsel of record on the docket in this case. The court trusts that the attorneys will immediately advise the litigants of their disqualification from the case. The court attorneys are directed to immediately provide the court with mailing address for the litigants so that the court can communicate with them as necessary until new counsel enters an appearance on their behalf. The judge is like, we go into war here. This is a great question. Do law schools teach AI stuff yet? Yes and no. So I have taught firearms and weapons law in a law school, and I'd like to do it again. So when I teach at a law school again, one of the projects I'm planning on doing is I am going to what is it? I'm gonna go and I'm gonna take this thing and I'm gonna say, okay, here's your assignment. Here is a ready to go filing. This filing is ready to submit. You can turn this into a court, but you shouldn't, because I generated this with AI. And your assignment with this AI generated filing is to go through and fix it. And AI is not going to get you out of this problem, because you are not going to AI your ass out of a problem that you AI'd your ass into. So you have an AI filing, you got to fix it. And I will tell you for free that AI is not going to be like, AI is not going to be the route in which you get to do this. So that'll be like one of the assignments. There's 2 classes I really want to teach again. Well, one would be an again, and one would be I've never taught this before, but I'd like to teach it. And so the first class is the firearms and weapons law. I think that's a great class. I think people should learn it. I think people should do it. I think that there's not enough lawyers who know the difference between an SKS and a BMW, and that's got to change. So that's the first one. The second one I want to do is a class on advocacy, legal advocacy, by looking at famous trials. Now, a lot of those famous trials would be American trials. And the reason why is because Canada does not video record its trials. So I can't really do looking at famous Canadian trials, because we just don't actually we don't actually do that. But it would be like the advocacy skills. The advocacy skills are things that translate, right? So I'd have them watch things like, I'd have them watch the Uvalde trial, and I'd show them like, look, here's the Uvalde trial, right? You can see the Uvalde trial. And I want you to watch this cross-examination. And I want you to talk about what he's doing in this cross-examination. I want you to talk about the techniques. I want you to talk about the skills. I want you to talk about decisions that you can see being made and not made. Discuss this from an advocacy perspective. I'd look at the Johnny Depp trial. I would look at, various trials. Like, I'd bring up Rittenhouse and just be like, all right, let's look at this cross-examination. Let's look at this direct examination. What goes good? What doesn't go good, right? What techniques do you think you should learn from this? And I'm betting students would find that to be way more valuable than some of the like book knowledge courses that are there. Nola, I don't know why you're sorry. So I don't know what you're apologizing for, but we're good. I haven't seen you do anything, jerksy. So yeah. Karen Reed trial, but that's a high bar. Yeah. But the thing is that the high bar stuff is the point, right? You want to learn from the best. And so I go and like, when I cover these trials, there are times when I'm sitting there and I'm watching this trial because I'm going to cover it in the evening. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I'm taking notes. And some of those notes are for like, I'm going to cover this in class. And some of those notes are like, I'm going to cover this in my recap. And some of those notes are just, I want to watch this again for me, right? I want to see how they took down this expert. I want to see how they, I want to see how they handled this very difficult witness, because I want to get better, right? And so for me to get better requires me to, to learn from people who are better than me, right? So yeah. All right. Last thing I wanted to look at, and I suppose we can do a swoop here. We are not deep into the super chat, so we'll just do a swoop. Is blind also capital B? I'm behind. I don't actually know. I don't think so, but I'm not certain. So, yeah, if you show them the Karen Reid trial, you better start by telling them that the law isn't that exciting. I really want to get permission from the Canadian courts. And what I want to do is I want to go in and I want to film a trial, but I want to film the trial I want to film a trial that nobody's going to give a shit about. And what I mean by that is it's not like a trial that everyone's going to be like, oh my God, this is Johnny Depp on the stand, right? Nope. I don't want to film a trial that's going to be like, oh, this is like a multiple murder. Nope. The trial I want to film is something like, this guy is accused of taking a liquor bottle from a liquor store and walking out without paying. I want to cover one of the most bog ordinary trials of all time that is just like, this is the ordinary business of what the system is like, right? I want to cover a trial that is just like, this is, this is what happens every day, not the trials that like everybody hears about. These are the trials that nobody hears about, but that is just the ordinary functioning of the legal system. Because quite frankly, the way the system works is the ordinary functioning, not so much the exceptional weird cases. And so that's what I want people to see. Are your dogs asleep already, or do they wait for you to be over with stream? Potter is going to be downstairs asleep at this. Well, Potter's probably not asleep, but he's probably laying down watching a show with Mrs. Runkle. Mrs. Runkle is either going to be watching a show right now or she's going to be reading a book. And so Potter will be down there. Zora will also be down there hanging out while she's awake. When Mrs. Runkle goes to bed, then Potter will just lay on the ground and, just sleep. Zora will come up and she'll wait for me because Zora wants me to get into the bed because she wants to. Oh, this is embarrassing. Runkle, I need a gym. We need a gym update. Professional bodybuilder here. I got to check in on you. You know how gyms make most of their money, which is that people have a gym membership and don't make it in. I haven't made it in like 3 months. I got to get off my ass and get in there. And it's embarrassing, but I do got to get in there and get off my butt. And I see we've got a question here from Horse Welfare. Is it legal for a lawyer to attach a client's signature to a document stating that everything is correct under penalty of perjury if the client never read it? I would never do that. That is a huge problem there. So no. All right. So let's talk about Bill C-34. And there's a lot in Bill C-34. We're going to talk about different portions of it at different times. But one of the things that is in Bill C-34 is a requirement to protect children by banning them from social media if they are under 16. So here is the clause there. They just note, subject to Section 29, an operator of a regulated social media service specified by regulations made by the governor and council under subsection 3 must implement any measures that are provided for by regulations that prevent persons under the age of 16 from being able to have an account with or being otherwise registered with the regulated social media service. So, what does that mean? Well, it means that they are going to ban kids from having access to like Reddit, to Twitter, and so forth. Now, this has been done in some other countries. There are other countries that have said we are banning kids from, from social media. But in Canada, I can't speak to the other countries, but in Canada, they're going to run into a little wee problem. And the little wee problem is going to be this thing. This thing is the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And Charter of Rights and Freedoms has some serious implications of this one. So let's talk about this. First, there's the equality rights, which says that you cannot discriminate on the basis of age. Now, this one is always weaker when you are looking at this one's always weaker when you're looking at children, because we do have a bunch of rules for like limiting children. Children can't buy hard alcohol, they can't drive, they can't vote. And these limitations are governed by Section 1 of the Charter. Section 1 is basically the broad exclusion chart thing that says the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees the rights and freedoms set out in it, subject only to such reasonable limits prescribed by law as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. Now, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is basically governed, and like the Section 1 aspect of it is handled through what's called the Oakes test. And the Oakes test is it's from an ancient case at this point, because it's like one of the first cases governing the charter. It is like super old, but it is it's from a case, R.V. Oakes. And the Oakes test has four steps. I say three because there's three and then an application of the three. How old is that charter? It's from the 80s. So, yeah. So the four steps of the Oakes test. The first is that it has to be addressing a pressing and substantial objective. And pressing and substantial is almost always met because they don't generally pass laws about meaningless things, and usually it's possible to sort of specify that whatever it is, you're going to say that whatever it is pressing and substantial. So things very rarely fail on the pressing and substantial element. The next element is that it has to be rationally connected to the pressing and substantial objective. So they note that if the law or policy is, has no logical purpose, then it doesn't meet this standard. I'm not okay with calling things ancient because they're from the 1980s. They're ancient by law terms. So, yeah. I don't think rational connection is where this is going to fail. The third element is that it must be minimally impairing. And so what minimally impairing means is that the law has to impair the charter right basically as little as possible, or be within a range of minimal options, right? So it doesn't have to be the least impairing, but you can have a range of like potentially justifiable things, and it has to be sort of within that realm. And the last one is that there's a proportionate. there's a proportionality step. And the proportionality step means that the beneficial effects must not be outweighed by the negative effects on the charter right. So I don't think Section 15 is really where this, like the equality thing, is really where the action on this lands. I think that where the action on this lands, by the way, I'm having Clamato just without, like, this is just straight Clamato. Why? Because it is hydrating and it is full of nutrients. And while it is also a good vector for a Caesar, it is just going to be good on its own. So where I think that this law is going to fail is on the minimal impairment. And the reason why I say minimal impairment is where this fails is because consider all of the things, right? So you ban a kid from social media. They are banned from, for instance, they're banned from like the parts of Twitter that people are, where people are saying racist shit or abusive shit or whatever else, right? That is like, okay, fine. But the thing is that's not all. Because if you go on social media, you will find political discussions. This is a political discussion, right? And this political discussion and religious expression, these kinds of things, are some of the highest, most protected forms of speech found in Canadian law. Because Canadian law explicitly says there is like a ranking of different kinds of speech. At like the lowest level, you might have things like, calling somebody an asshole or advertising. Those things might be at lower levels, right? But at the highest, most important, most fundamentally protected are like criticism of the government, expression of and discussion of religious views, discussion of, various other like key issues of the day. Where does that shit get discussed? It gets discussed on Twitter. It gets discussed on Reddit. It gets discussed on Facebook. It gets discussed in all of these different forums. A 15-year-old has a protected right under the freedom of expression to discuss those issues, to raise those issues and to, So the other thing is that if you go on YouTube, you can find videos that are like some dude slapping a dude. Okay? But you can also find videos that are like political discussion, legal discussion, right? You can find videos that are fundamentally videos to help you in various ways. If I had a question about a math problem right now, like a difficult math problem, I might go to YouTube and I could find a math professor who might have years of experience and might actually be like a Putnam Prize winner or some shit like that. And that person might be there explaining the puzzle, like explaining the problem in a way that I could understand. And so we're cutting minors off not just from, things like, some shithead on Twitter is yelling at you, but you're also cutting them off from math, music, literature. You're cutting them off from all of these things. You are basically banning them from one of the greatest libraries that has ever existed. Because the amount of stuff that you can find on YouTube is like this. If you were to take this back in time to, if you were to able to take YouTube back in time to like the age of, kings and castles and shit like that, and you were able to like keep that and show all of the YouTube stuff to, you could probably get those, like that society, to explode in its cultural and scientific awareness in like a very short time. You would actually see this tremendous leap forward. Because, I mean, you can find people who are doing amazing shit. There are engineers out there who are showing like really cool engineering projects. There's chemists who are doing all sorts of really neat shit out there. Like, the amount of stuff you can find, and sure, some of it is garbage, right? Some of it is trash. Some of it is absolutely awful. But same with a library. If I go to a library right now, I can find Mein Kampf. Probably multiple copies of Mein Kampf. And I mean, Mein Kampf is potentially worth reading for the historical aspects. But it's not a good book. Like, Hitler is not a good author. It's like, I will admit, it is one of my did not finish books because I tried to read it just for like the historical aspects. And I was like, man, this guy is a sack of shit. And like, man, this guy is not powerful or persuasive in this. You can probably find a copy of something like The Story of O, or, the Marquis de Sade, and so forth, which are like heavily sexual books. You can find stuff in the library that maybe kids shouldn't read. But that doesn't mean that we ban kids from libraries. I also just want to note that the communication aspect is also fundamentally important. Because, I mean, I feel bad for this generation. This generation is really fucked. It's one of the, because we're talking about the kids who went through like the COVID lockdowns. So we blew up their ability to play outside and so forth. And then what did we do? Well, how did they react? Well, they went online. They built their communities and their friendships online because we said you cannot leave your house. You're not allowed to go anywhere else. So, sure, that's what they learned to do. All right. And now we're saying, well, you can't use the social media either. How does Runkle know about O? A, it's literature. B, I will admit I have actually read it. It's not fantastic, but I read it. I had a class, but yeah. So, I mean, we've got kids who have like grown up on social media and they have learned, that, but they have these friendships, and these friendships are real friendships, right? These friendships are significant, real, like they're not fake. I have friendships from online that are, 30-year friendships. There are people I have only met online who I expect, if I don't actually meet them in person, would show up at my funeral, right? Like, I mean, hell, Rick Hogue is a great guy. I've never met him in person. There's various others that. Yeah. Did I hear that right? You had a class that had you read. Oh, yes. Um, I did. It was a weird class, but so you know what we're going to do is we're going to take all of these kids and we're going to say you are like all of these real friendships that you have are you're cut out. You cannot engage in these social circles, and you cannot, you know, maintain those relationships. And people say, "Oh, they can text." But they won't. Like if that friendship exists on Discord, it's not going to move out of Discord, right? It's going to be in Discord, and it's just going to be this kid drops out, and that's out. So those impacts on the kids are not minimally impairing at all. I'm also going to get a little personal here. I was a socially reclusive, kind of loner loser as a, as a teenager slash, kid slash, etc. I know it's probably surprising. You were probably like, Runkle, why were you not the most popular person ever? Well, I wasn't. I had rampant ADHD that I had not learned in the slightest to control, which meant that my ability to read social situations was zero. And my ability to properly react to social situations was also zero because I had not figured out things like how to defray an impulse, right? Like you meet somebody and you have an impulse to be like, man, that's a fucking huge nose. And I had not yet developed a technique for interrupting that thought before it goes from brain to mouth, which meant I was not a popular person at all. So, where did I find my friendships? Well, mostly I found them online. And I mean, we're talking about like before social media was called social media. I made friends playing games like Legend of the Red Dragon. And if you've heard of Legend of the Red Dragon, good for you. I made friends on Muds. I made friends on Mushes. I made friends on like IRC. I made friends in all of these places, right? And the thing is that those kept me going. Because I can tell you that if I had not had the ability to do that, the alternative was not, I was going to go outside and play with friends. If you banned me from those things, it was not like, all right, I'm just going to suddenly be some super popular kid who like goes out and has all the friends and does all the things and, whatever. And the internet in my era, like as a kid, was so much worse than the modern one. So much worse. When I say like so much worse, people used to send each other shock pictures all the time. So like Goatsy, Tub Girl, all of that shit. You would get sent that shit all the time. Dude, the new nerdy, unpopular, isolated kids did not want to hang out with the guy with zero regulation of his attention deficit. That was also not an option. Like, no. I had some friends from that era. They can tell you I was not I was not popular even in the nerdy circle. So, yeah. So if you like, I grew up fine, notwithstanding the fact that I had people send me, Tub Girl and, decapitation videos and various other shit. I just, I grew up fine. Like, things are okay now. But if you had cut off all of that stuff at the time for my own protection, I can guarantee you that I wouldn't be here today. There is a 0% chance that I would be alive today if you had banned me from all of those different, online communities. So, I mean, this kind of feels personal because when I look at that and I go, like, hey, this is their thoughts, I'm like, this shit would have killed me. And I mean, in the meantime, since then, I have now learned to, manage, all of these things. Like, I can go to a meetup and not come off as like a weird, anxious, like, I can actually talk to people. I can avoid saying stupid things. I can like recognize the appropriate emotional back and forth and so forth. And yeah. Now, there are also circumstances where you've got people who, like, disabled communities are absolutely freaking out about this because they're noting that, like, let's say you're a deaf kid. Well, many deaf folks are, active online because it's an easy place to be. Zarkella, Runkle, I think you're underselling yourself on survival. Just my opinion. Zarkella, without going too far into it, no. 100% no. I can tell you that there were days where it would have happened. Like, I can think of specific days when it would have just been like, that's it. So, like, there were times in my youth that it came really fucking close. And what was the difference was online communications, online communities that were helpful. Even if it was sometimes just, I need to, yeah. Deaf kids and adults have their own communities, though. They do. But if you're like a deaf kid growing up in a rural town, you're not going to have much of a community, right? And it's just like the straight up facts. If you, when you look at this, there's a ton of people out there who are growing up in circumstances where the online communities are the most critical things that that exist in their life. I cannot see this as being justified. I cannot see this as frankly being ethical. This is one of those issues where I have to take a breath, because this one pisses me off. Because when I see people supporting this, like supporting these bands, it feels real personal. And it feels really really morally wrong, right? It feels morally wrong in the way that if you just went on Twitter and you suddenly saw a whole bunch of people who have decided to join NAMBLA kind of shit, right? Where it's just like, what the fuck are you all doing? Is how that feels. It feels like the world has gone fucking insane. The other thing I'm going to tell you is that the kids will find a way to get around this. The quickest way to get children to learn how to overcome technical barriers is to put barriers between them and socializing online. The problem is that once you take those away, the places that will work on blocking the kids are the best places. Twitter ain't great. I'm not going to tell you Twitter's great, but I can tell you it gets a whole lot worse than Twitter. It gets a whole lot worse than Twitter. Because you're going to see kids like finding the dark web. And the shit that they will encounter will be far more people who are predators and who are in places that don't police for them. You will see all of the shit. Like, this is where you're going. Like, if you want to see kids exposed to shit you cannot even fathom, ban them from the better places. Reddit's not great, but it's better than where you're sending them. YouTube is pretty fucking peaceful. And the places you'll be sending them, oh my God. So be really careful what you wish for here. But I cannot see how this passes the minimally impairing, because it doesn't just ban kids from horrible shit. It bans kids from, it bans kids from, like, videos on engineering, videos on politics, all of these things. And it bans them from expressing their views. Because one of the things is, like, let's imagine you are a 15-year-old and you think that this new legislation sucks. You want to get out there and you want to advocate to say how much this legislation sucks, how much it affects you, and how much you think this needs to be, like, overturned. Where would you do it? Well, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit. The other thing I want to point out is that today's generation has the lowest level of all time of drug use and alcohol use. Now, part of the reason for that is that people are using less drugs and less alcohol because they're spending more time doing things like scrolling through YouTube videos and, chatting with each other on Reddit. What you're going to see, let's talk about, like, the stories my dad has told me of him being a kid. They used to drink. They didn't have drugs much there. But they would have used drugs if they'd had them. And, but they also did things like move people's outhouses for fun. And if you know what an outhouse is an outdoor shitter with a hole underneath it. And so when you move the outhouse, the result of that is that you move it to a place to make the person fall into the shitter. It's a really nasty prank. They got involved in all sorts of, like, vandalism and random mischief because they were bored out of their fucking minds. And so they drank and they fought, and they engaged in, petty vandalism shit. And so what you're going to see is you're going to see kids drinking and getting into fights and engaging in petty crime. It's not an improvement. Like, they're not making things better with this. They're making stuff so much worse. And I really wish that they could see this and recognize this and go, yeah. Yeah, I see so many people complain about the kids these days, but they have the lowest rates of drug and alcohol use, lowest rates of sex and teen pregnancy. Absolutely. Like, and this is the other thing. Everybody has these ideas that these kids are going to go out and they're going to live life the way they remembered their teenage years. That the kids are going to go and they're going to, like, hang out at the mall. They're going to, the kids are going to hang out in the park. The kids are going to, all of these things, right? They're not. The mall doesn't allow kids to hang out there anymore. They just don't. If you're a teenager and you want to hang out at the mall, security will throw you out. You can't just go to the movies anymore, because when I was a kid, I could go to the movies for like a couple of bucks. Now you go to the movies and it's a $60 outing for you and a friend. And that's if you're skipping the popcorn and you're skipping all of the concessions and you're just like going to the movies. It's a huge outlay. Arcades don't really exist anymore. They're super expensive. All of these places that you used to go don't exist. I've got a local community Facebook group, and there were people freaking out about there were teenagers in the park. And somebody's like, I chased the teenagers out. Aren't I super awesome? And everyone's like, thank you for chasing these teenagers away. It's like, well, it is, where are they supposed to be? Right? We don't want them online. Everyone's like, they're going to go play outside. Where are they going to go outside? The places don't exist. All of this has been burned. It's crazy. And I really hope that the Supreme Court will look at this in Canada and just be like, this is so obviously disproportionate. This is so obviously unreasonable that, that this cannot stand. I don't see how this passes charter scrutiny. I don't. And I'm stunned, right? Like, I'm just stunned. So Facebook community groups are basically the same in Canada as they are in the US. Good to know. Yeah, it is like 50% I saw a teenager and 50% can somebody pay my rent. So, yeah. Not really like that in Europe. More of a Western thing that kids have no place to go. This is not what I hear from people in Europe, but I mean, different places in Europe will have different rules, right? What is it? I love that my kids still went swimming, building tree houses, etc. in nature. You can't build a tree house now without like 17 permits. Yeah, don't forget, I saw a scary brown guy minding his own business. Yeah, I mean, there was a big thing a while back about like somebody was going through garbage cans, and I was like, yeah, they went through my garbage can and they left no mess. So I don't care. Like if they found something in my garbage can that was helpful to them in surviving, I'm okay with that. So yeah, I don't know. I find all of this very frustrating. I just think that the charter issues just on this one just are so plainly obvious, right? Um, I don't see how they could possibly get to an issue of, I don't see how they could possibly get to something where they're like, yeah, this is minimally impairing. Like this is crazy, and there's so much worse than that law. I need to do videos that sort of specifically address some of this, but I kind of wanted to do it as a rant today because I feel like I needed to do a rant today. I'm going to do one last goal, and the goal is going to be Runkle go to bed because the eat a garlic is not. All right. Runkle go to bed is going to be our last goal. But we're going to cover super chats while we do. Try not to think about it. I agree. Wearing clothes is a job, but models are hired largely by men. SA is rife. Yeah, it's pretty awful as a thing. None left. I'm just waiting for a robot lawyer to cite Dred v. Scott. The lawyer will have to eat Jim Crow. Yeah, that's a bad citation. Nola's for livers, boiled peanuts, not garlic. And I saw that you were saying, oh, I didn't realize you were sick. So, yeah. Vez from Quebec, I use AI in my classes to show it's crap. Yep. It's especially bad on Canadian law. ASG says they actually simulate those kinds of low stakes. They don't matter trials for CR practice. CRs know exactly what, or court reporter, know exactly what court is like by certification. Yep. And I mean, that's ideal for court reporters because you want them paying attention even to the boring stuff. This law is brought to you by our sponsor, NordVPN. Yes. I called it. Pink, you actually gave me the idea. You expect people to pay you to leave? Well, pay me to sleep because I'm going to leave either way. But, what do I do after that? So, what is it? Coding ATC, Legend of the Red Dragon, Heart. I created my career by drinking cola, playing Doom, programming, and reading the web. My own video games. I fear these changes. There was a certain cookbook you could get back in the day. You still can. It's just not a safe cookbook. Jarn the Lich, too late for the goal, but I'm happy to catch you live. Happy to be here. And I flagged this one, rolling along still. Runkle, you've come a long way. You were so natural and just great fun in Chicago. Truly. You have no idea how much work it took to be a, to be able to act like a human. So, yeah. So you want dystopian? The kids aren't just barred by a date of birth age gate. They're pushing towards adults having to have a digital ID passport type thing to verify adults. It's about government control. Absolutely. It's about ending anonymous speech online without, but wrapping it up in think of the kids. So go to bed. I will try. Idea for next grift. Make us pay you to stay instead. We like long streams. I will, maybe, but not today. All this talk of old online spaces makes me miss live journal communities. Me and Mrs. Runkle, live journal actually played a substantial role in our sort of meet cute. So, yeah. Crystal Dagger says, feel better. Thank you, with the little chicken soup and tea. Those are awesome. But how would we know? We pay you to sleep, and then you piece and play Satisfactory until 4, laughing like Renfield the whole time. I'm not going to play Satisfactory until 4. I am going to work on some legal filing. So, Juan Thor, good morning, everyone, and good night, Ian. Lol. All right. So let's wrap this up. I think I'm out of the super chats here. I know I've got a goal running, but I will go to sleep soon. But yeah. All right. good night, everybody. And yeah, I'm going to try to recover. And we'll have to go from there. So good night, all.